change, and I still cannot decide if I should melee or range. See, it started in vanilla when nobody knew shit. It was all a big adventure and we got addicted to it. Took a year to get 60, then came Burning Crusade, PvP in arenas, heroic dungeons and raids, good times. But you know another thing, everybody lost their shit when we got the Lich King, and it was beautiful. What was all that you heard? PvP videos, always with music from Disturbed, great questing, great raids, and man, what a story. Rat was the best in almost every category. Then came Cataclysm, Deathwing was pissed. All of Azeroth revamped, but the feelings were mixed. Was the first time numbers were dropping from the game, and the first fit on the channel, so remember the name.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play.
What is worth fighting for?
Remember when we got myths, Pandarans, new talent tree and monks using fists? Initially we hated it, didn't see through the cracks, but in the end they turned out to be one of the best Nyx packs. Warlords got cut by the developer knife.
But hey, what got me back into my social life?
Then Legion came through. Man, what a beauty, got my artifact weapon and was back on duty. M plus was a breakthrough, Coruscant into raids, Mage Tower gear sets and the class campaigns. A big sword in the world, moving to BFA. We got traits, but artifacts were taken away. Bad decision, bad system, everything seemed blessed. They try to fix it in patch 8.2, and the essence says move it in the right direction, although some still doubt, especially now with 8.3 being out. The finale was weak with the ending of the South. No big plot, but the big sport still in Azeroth. Either you hate it or love it, the cycle never ends. Marcelian online, baby, see you in Shadowlands.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW.
It's been a lot of years, shit did this game change, and I still cannot decide if I should melee or range. See, it started in vanilla when nobody knew shit. It was all a big adventure and we got addicted to it. Took a year to get 60, then came Burning Crusade, PvP in arenas, heroic dungeons and raids, good times. But you know another thing, everybody lost their shit when we got the Lich King, and it was beautiful. What was all that you heard? PvP videos, always with music from Disturbed, great questing, great raids, and man, what a story. Rat was the best in almost every category. Then came Cataclysm, Deathwing was pissed. All of Azeroth revamped, but the feelings were mixed. Was the first time numbers were dropping from the game, and the first fit on the channel, so remember the name.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play.
What is worth fighting for?
Remember Remember when we got myths, Pandarans, new talent tree and monks using fists. Initially we hated it, didn't see through the cracks, but in the end they turned out to be one of the best packs. Warlords got cut by the developer knife.
But hey, what got me back into my social life?
Then Legion came through. Man, what a beauty, got my artifact weapon and was back on duty. And plus was a breakthrough, Coruscant into raids, Mage Tower gear sets and the class campaigns. A big sword in the world, moving to BFA. We got traits, but artifacts were taken away. Bad decision, bad system, everything seemed blessed. They try to fix it in patch A2, and the essence says moving in the right direction, although some still doubt, especially now with 8.3 being out. The finale was weak with the ending of Nissath, no big plot, but the big sport still in Azeroth. Either you hate it or love it, the cycle never ends. Marcelian Online, baby, see you in Shadowlands.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classical retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classical retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classical retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classical retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW.
It's been a lot of years, shit did this game change, and I still cannot decide if I should melee or range. See, it started in vanilla when nobody knew shit. It was all a big adventure and we got addicted to it. Took a year to get 60, then came Burning Crusade, PvP in arenas, heroic dungeons and raids, good times. But you know another thing, everybody lost their shit when we got the Lich King, and it was beautiful. What was all that you heard? PvP videos, always with music from the start, great questing, great raids, and man, what a story. Wrath was the best in almost every category. Then came Cataclysm, Deathwing was pissed. All of Azeroth revamped, but the feelings were mixed. Was the first time numbers were dropping from the game, and the first fit on this channel, so remember the name.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play.
What is worth fighting for?
Remember when we got myths, Pandarans, new talent tree and monks using fists. Initially we hated it, didn't see through the cracks, but in the end they turned out to be one of the best packs. Warlords got cut by the developer knife.
But hey, what got me back into my social life?
Then Legion came through. Man, what a beauty, got my artifact weapon and was back on duty. And plus was a breakthrough, Coruscant into raids, Mage Tower gear sets and the class campaigns. A big sword in the world, moving to BFA. We got traits, but artifacts were taken away. Bad decision, bad system, everything seemed blessed. They try to fix it in patch A2, and the essence says moving in the right direction, although some still doubt, especially now with 8.3 being out. The finale was weak with the ending of Nissath, no big plot, but the big sport still in Azeroth. Either you hate it or love it, the cycle never ends. Marcelian Online, baby, see you in Shadowlands.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classical retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love It's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW.
It's been a lot of years, shit did this game change, and I still cannot decide if I should melee or range. See, it started in vanilla when nobody knew shit. It was all a big adventure and we got addicted to it. Took a year to get 60, then came Burning Crusade, PvP in arenas, heroic dungeons and raids, good times. But you know another thing, everybody lost their shit when we got the Lich King, and it was beautiful. What was all that you heard? PvP videos, always with music from the start, great questing, great raids, and man, what a story. Rat was the best in almost every category. Then came Cataclysm, Deathwing was pissed. All of Azeroth revamped, but the feelings were mixed. Was the first time numbers were dropping from the game, and the first fit on this channel, so remember the name.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play.
What is worth fighting for?
Remember when we got myths, Pandarans, new talent tree and monks using fists. Initially we hated
Microphone should be fine. Microphone should be fine. Microphone should be fine. If there is a background noise, a little hissing sound, unfortunately there's nothing I can do about that. That comes and goes with its whims, I suppose. Microphone is fine. Thank you. Thank you for the 14 months. Love seeing your name. How's it going, everybody? Remake, I play WoW song now. That many updates happened since BFA. Please listen to this song, it helps me sleep. That's not my thing, brother. I wish I could. I wish I had the skill to do that, but that's Marcelian's territory, man. I am just the pretty face on the video. The round pretty face. It is funny though. That's the perfect example of how hope and copium looks on the faces of WoW nerds, thinking that the next expansion, Shadowlands, was going to beat the shit. That's a mirror. That's a window back in time. Please excuse me. I will occasionally stuff my face. I have to. It is necessary. You're not the only one, unfortunately, but Shadowlands was shit. There are a couple of good things going for it, but usually when people say Shadowlands was shit, they usually refer to the entire expansion, which is not true. What's for lunch? Was gonna say your mama, but I am eating some lamb soup. From my mama. I was a little bit late with the stream, so I didn't have time to eat. How could it not? It should have had the Lich King, the fucking Lich King there. Yeah, bro, what the fuck, dude? Hey, what up? Haha. I got some time off and wanted to play some all, but don't know what to play. Ooh. Well, if you tell me more about yourself and what your desires are, maybe I can tell you what spec would fit well. Wasn't good, but it wasn't the worst. It was the worst, I'm sorry. Overall, it was the worst. From if you put all of them together. So as far as I'm concerned, the borrowed power was the worst. The zones were the worst. The story was the worst. The patches were the worst. Dungeons were good. Raids, Nathria was peak. A few bosses in Sanctum were good. The rest were shit. Sepulchre, the raid setting and theme was shit, but the fights were cool. Once they've unleashed Covenants for everybody, it was really fun, but up until then it was terrible. Class design was meh. Some specs were really good. Prot Warrior was clearly the best, the winner of Shadowlands. Easy winner. The Mythic Plus design was good, but I think I said that already. That's about it. But that's not enough. That's not what WoW is. That's just like a portion of it. Yeah, remember in Shadowlands we were supposed to meet and finish the story of Sourfang. There was a story around Thrall and Cairn, as far as I know. A story around Varian as well. Possibly a much more fleshed out story on Buon Samedi, but that I'm not 100% sure. That we never even saw the light of day. The actual jailer was supposed to be the Primus, not the jailer himself. The jailer himself was supposed to be kind of like a victim, and the Primus was supposed to be behind all of it all along. Plenty of issues. Not to mention Sylvanas' whole arc was terrible. I don't know if back in Legion, when Vol'jin made Sylvanas the war chief, I don't know if this was exactly how they wanted it to go. And I'm pretty sure it wasn't, because, God forbid, Afrasiabi, may his soul pay for his sins, he mentioned in one of the BlizzCon panels that Sylvanas is way smarter to have the same fate as Garrosh, which arguably she has a worse fate than Garrosh. So clearly when his story team were writing the upcoming development of her arc, they did not intend for her story to end up the way it did in Shadowlands, which was clearly terrible. What up in Nexo? How's it going? Yeah, mom made you soup. Made me soup, yeah. Because I'm handicapped. The story is bad. There's my answer, bro. I was so I haven't seen the cinematic yet. I will react to it on stream. Please don't spoil or anything. I was so excited for this because I had such high hopes for Faerin, but everything that I hear, and I've watched. Actually, I actually stopped myself from watching Noble's reaction to it because I know he did a video on it, and when I saw the like-dislike ratio, I'm like, bro, no, not again, no. I'm really still hoping that it's just people's knee-jerk reaction to like how a lot of things are. I'm a bit disappointed that we didn't meet Mankirk's what, bruh. True. I was disappointed to not see Varian, yeah. The only thing with Sylvanas is that she can come back technically, as far as you know. She didn't. Yeah, she's not dead, but that's not the point. So okay. If we're gonna unpack this what do you call it? This bag of snakes? No. Unpack this shit bucket. Of course, I'm not the most knowledgeable and savvy lore person, and please feel free to correct me as you always do when it comes to lore, because I just don't know my shit as well as I wish I do. But following Sylvanas' arc as a fellow player, not as a lore nerd, with as much information that they naturally give us access to within the game itself, following Sylvanas' story, I thought she was one of the coolest characters ever. I thought she was a blend of Illidan with smart, cunning, and perspective. I thought that Sylvanas had this dislikable personality about the whole life and death situation because of the trauma that she has been through. She's one of the most tragic Warcraft characters, more tragic than Arthas, and she had the most amount of potential to create an emotional story. which we know how that turned out. That aside, her whole arc, like playing through Legion and doing her quest and all of the stuff, I thought her whole personality revolved around what Illidan was back 10,000 years ago, when he saw the Burning Legion, because he pretended to betray the Night Elves and sided with the Jara so that he can spy, or whatever the goal was, so that he can spy on Sargeras. And in his plan to spy, Sargeras actually burned his eyes with fell magic, you know, in the process of making him a demon hunter. And that's how he saw, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that's how he saw the Burning Legion, how massive it was. He was the only person on the good team that saw what the Burning Legion was and what was capable of. And he thought that no matter what, they're probably gonna lose, so no measure is too drastic. Which is why he did all of the shit that made everybody hate him back 10,000 years ago, and that eventually got him imprisoned. But he was the only real person that knew what Sargeras was up, and without him, I don't think the Burning Legion would have been stopped. So that's the kind of foreshadow, that's the kind of gray character where he does all of this crazy, stupid shit, because he knows the real danger. Nobody else knows and can understand his actions. That's what I thought Sylvanas' arc was about when it came to Legion, and especially BFA with the burning of Teldrassil. There were a couple of key moments in Sylvanas' story that were pushing her character into a direction that would have been interesting. And Can of Worms, there you go. Her arc ruined the whole expansion for me. Because, yeah, same, I was a fanboy too. She doesn't have to come back, but she can be used like ace in a sleep. Yeah, I guess, but I don't think so. It's not like in Illidan's case, break in case of emergency. Break glass in case of emergency. But there were two things that really got me super interested in Sylvanas' story. Three things, actually. First was, I don't think this is canon anymore. The Nightfall, or whatever the scenario, the short story was named after Wrath of the Lich King. She threw herself off of the Ice Crown trying to kill herself, and she ended up in Hell. At that time, it wasn't named the Maw. I don't know if it was technically Shadowlands, but she went to where Arthas went, right? To the dark, whatever afterlife place is, that's Hell. It was so dark and so depressing that literally scared her, and when the Valkyries pulled her back out, she definitely wanted to avoid ever having to go there. That created a very realistic and relatable character that had like a, hey, what up, Matt? That had like a healthy dose of fear of death, right? So whenever she had the quest lines in Cataclysm with trying to bring more Forsaken back, you could understand why she did that, right? She experienced things that a lot of people don't experience, right? So it's part of what Illidan went through, is like, oh, I saw what's actually after this whole thing. I don't want to go there. That's still canon. Yeah, don't get me started on that Farguard. Yeah, one of the Valkyries. Whenever she would die, a Valkyrie would take her place, yeah. Which is a cool concept. So that was one thing. The second thing was in BFA when Vol'jin was dying, and he named her the War Chief because the Loa told him so. I don't know if during that time they were planning to make that be the jailer's request through Muezala or whoever, right? I don't think that was the initial plan, because he seemed very clear in his mind despite him having the fever of death. Wait, we can actually be better streamers, actually. Wait a second. This is actually a cinematic, so I can put this here. Can you guys hear this? Yeah, okay. Now, let's see. Sylvanas becomes War Chief. Oh, there's a cinematic by MMO champion. Alright, so this got me really hyped for Sylvanas' character. Let's see.
War Chief?
The lower spirits say death will claim me soon.
In the end, death claims us all. But the Horde will live on.
I have never trusted you. Nor would I have ever
This is the
imagined
important part.
in our darkest time that you would be the one to save us. The spirits have granted me clarity, a vision. They whisper a name. Many will not understand, but you must step out of the shadows and lead. You must be War Chief.
Okay. So of course retroactively they played the storyboard played all of their cards to make sense that oh, Jailer was behind this all along. The Jailer made her war chief. She already knew she was gonna be war chief, and whenever she's like surprised here, whenever she's surprised there, they're like oh, she knew that the plan was in motion. That's fucking bullshit. Here's what I think was supposed to happen and what the original plan was. In this for Vol'jin to be played by the Jailer and Moselle is basically shitting in the mouths of all of the players that love the Horde storyline. Because to make Vol'jin a puppet while actually never having a good story outside of what happened in MoP is just a big fuck you to the character and to characters that people love. So I don't think that devs would deliberately do this unless if you're going to create a story around a character that you love being shit on, becoming a puppet, and the laughing stock of the Jailer in this case, there would have to be a big payoff moment when you're like, oh my god, I hated the Jailer for 3 years for what he did to Vol'jin. I'm glad he's getting his, right? We never actually had that. What happened in Sepulchre, that was not that, right? That was not the Jailer's end. So I don't believe that they wanted Vol'jin to be the puppet of some nefarious plan where the Loa actually tricked him and putting Sylvanas in charge. I think that was just retroactively added just for their Shadowlands story to make sense, as with many other things like the Dreadlords not actually being Nathrazim, but actually being Denathrius' little puppets infiltrating the Burning Legion. Bro! Way too much, right? So what I think happened is then that the Loa actually told Vol'jin that Sylvanas needed to be there, the war chief, and that she was actually crucial in saving the Horde, but not from the Jailer's threat, but from a different threat that actually came in BFA. Because in BFA was when Sylvanas was killing everybody. I don't remember the exact quests or if I can find the cinematic. I don't know if it's an actual cinematic. Let me see if I can find it. But I believe the reason why Sylvanas killed, burned Teldrassil, killed all of those innocents, and proceeded to incite the war between the Horde and the Alliance, that would also make sense with the BFA cinematic. I should have had these ready, actually. I didn't know I was going to talk about this cinematic. We only need to watch the intro for what point I want to make. See a possibility that where Illyria goes nuts and Barista seeks to help Sylvanas to save her from something like that. I mean, they can play anything in the story right now, to be fair. I've never trusted you, and yet we do it, such. Yeah, but I'm telling you why I'm gonna tell you why Vol'jin's decision was supposed to be good, but it didn't play out to be that way. The first part of the cinematic is very important.
Ours is a cycle of hatred. Alliances forged and broken. We have paid the price for sharing this world. And we have forgotten what makes us strong. Okay, that's the important line. We have forgotten what makes us strong. If you're a student of humanity in any sense, or in history to an extent,
you know that people and our race has always strived in adversity. So usually the biggest progresses in as to my knowledge, whenever it comes to humanity's evolution, has always been whenever there was like a big conflict. Wait a second. I did forget where I was. No, I didn't forget to unmute myself. Right, what makes us strong, right? People have always strived in adversity and conflict. That's what makes... That's how nature evolves. Survival of the fittest, right? You pose challenges, you overcome challenges, you evolve. You gain the necessary skills to handle with the challenges. What essentially means here, the subliminal message, is that war made us strong. Because constantly fighting against each other, constantly trying to improve, make better weapons, make better spells, be smarter, be more tactful, whatever, makes the factions Horde and Land strong. And she thought that that was important because she wanted us to fight. I don't know if she necessarily cared who won. And the reason for that is, and the reason why she burnt in the troll, at least tell Drusilla, at least what I think, or what I think the story would have made more sense and be better, is because she wanted to fight the Void. Because as much as we know, or we knew at the time about the Void, at least from a regular player's perspective, I don't know if there's like this hidden lore that nobody knew about, because there's this one book that 5 people have found in the game and they actually knew the secret, but for us the gamers, we don't know. The Void and Shadow cannot control undead. Undead is immune to fear, which all god deals in fear. Yasharaj, whatever, emotions, right? Undead are immune to mind control, which is N'Zoth's thing, the insanity stuff, right? So undead, the nature of death was supposed to be the weapon that fights the Void, that fights the old gods, that fights the Void, and that's why I thought that Sylvanas was killing everybody, because she saw what the Void was all about somehow. That's why she employed Jara's help, so that we can overthrow N'Zoth. And that was the initial plan. I don't know if the Jailer was always a part of this, if Shadowlands was always a part of this, but that's what I think was the purpose of all of the killing of all of the innocents and all of the people in the war, is to create an army of undead that is immune to the powers of the Void. Obviously that's messed up, right? But it makes sense. We want to defeat the bigger evil, right? By, you know, doing lesser evil things. That's very akin to the Grey Morality of Illidan, where he sacrificed the humanity of his people and turned them into demons, aka demon hunters, because, you know, they're kind of demons. It would be a same type of storyline, but probably smarter, with more plot twists, with more intrigue. There's I don't remember if there's at the end of BFA or just before N'Zoth or after the Ajara questline, there's this quest with Sylvanas and Nathanos where they meet in Ghostlands, and she sends him off on whatever mission, right? Because she has to do some other stuff. I think that was the whole point of it. But then it turned into what Shadowlands was, which makes no sense. If the Jailer was always behind all of it and Sylvanas knew the plan, why was she surprised when we defeated her that the Jailer wanted to, first of all, control Anduin and wanted to control everybody? That was supposed to be the whole plan that she was in on the whole time, because, to use Afrasi Abi's words, she's smarter than this. She wouldn't let herself be duped. She's the cunning character, right? But so far, Jailer has her duped, right? And her arc after that was basically the story team trying to salvage whatever was left of her personality, whatever was left of her character, and then just make sense that she has to, pay penance or whatever, to repent for what she did, and hence she was sentenced to be the new Jailer in the Maw. which is a shame. It was basically a fuck you to the whole character. So that's why I think, and that's why Vol'jin he didn't know why he had to appoint Sylvanas, but the Loa knew, because obviously the Loa are the afterlife of whatever gods, and they obviously opposed the void and things like that. So that's why they wanted her to be the war chief. Many will not understand. Obviously, nobody understood why she was supposed to be the war chief. It made a lot of sense. At least that's how I think it was supposed to be. And obviously, they shat on the whole thing. All I know about the lore is that Blizzard made one of our favorite characters into a huge cunt nobody likes. Is that you're talking about Sylvanas, right? That's the whole point of gray characters, right? Some people will just not like them no matter what, but you can understand what they're trying to do. And all of that was just like an inconsistent world building and storytelling and character development. It didn't make sense for Sylvanas to just be, fuck you guys, I don't really care. Because if you read the story, she actually cared about the Forsaken, or she used to care about the Forsaken. She felt a lot of grudge and resentment towards the Lich King, and she found solace in the Forsaken because they were, you know, they shared in her pain, and that felt just very relatable. That's why Shadowlands sucked. That's when personally I stopped caring about the story, which was one of the main reasons I played WoW, which was, I think, why a lot of people usually were eager to log in, not because they wanted to discover the story, but because they felt cool in the story. That's why Wrath of the Lich King was so cool, because they knew that, oh, I'm going in again because we're on this ongoing battle against the Lich King to stop his fucking shenanigans, right? Dealing with everybody. And obviously, that's when WoW was peaking its player base. It's not a coincidence that a good story, a good villain, consistent expectations and build-up, or expected build-up was when the story was one of the best. One of my favorites in HOTS. Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? Like, after Legion, because, you know, the story changed, probably because of all the lawsuits, probably a lot of the problem with what Blizzard had to go through with the sexual harassment allegations were in the story team and the old guard, so obviously they probably had a smaller hand in the story going forward. That's when the Newser popped in, and either he wanted to tell a different story or didn't know how to salvage whatever was started before, and we ended up with a shit storm that was end of BFA and Shadowlands and Dragonflight. That made no sense because it wasn't consistent with the characters that we were playing with. The characters just seemed out of pocket. Wait a minute, is this what she was always all about? That's when you need a cohesive leader to be able to guide the decision making, the story, and all of that, which is what Metzen is supposedly doing right now at Blizzard. So it's very hard because the same story inconsistency, this is very known as well, I think we said it a bunch of times, was in Dragonflight. If you remember, if you've played through Dragonflight, the initial leveling quests saw you help each aspect's, what do you call them? Not clans. Flights of dragons reignite their own oath stones, right? The oath stones are supposed to be how the dragon aspects in Dragonflight would get back their powers, and the oath stones were probably created by the story team led by the Newser, probably, I don't know. And that's also a plot hole, because the sheer existence of that knowledge that there were these oath stones that all you had to do is just put them back together and they can empower you, that's the kind of plot device that could have always happened, and it never happened. Why didn't the dragons use the oath stones after Cataclysm? Why didn't the dragons use the oath stones to stop the RN Horde? Why didn't the dragons use the oath stones to stop the Burning Legion, to help us against the Burning Legion? Because they were all threats to Azeroth, especially Burning Legion. And if you want to play this jailer card that, you know, you want to fit into the game, that the jailer just wants to kill everybody on Azeroth, right? Wants to turn them all into undead. Why didn't the dragons use the oath stones then? It was maybe one of the biggest threats that Azeroth has ever seen, right? Because they weren't part of the story at the time. They were just thought about in Dragonflight. So that's a very inconsistent plot hole that doesn't make sense to have existed in the game the way that the story was shaped to be. So it had to be retconned, and it was retconned, which is why in Amir Drisil, the aspects got their power back from the tree, no? That's how they were empowered again. Not through the O-Stones, but through something that we had to build together, which made more sense. Again, it's inconsistencies upon inconsistency creates a story that is very hard to follow and very hard to care. Especially when we're now playing 6D chess with titans that are traitors, titans that are allies, void that is good, void that is bad, light that is good, light that is bad. Somehow Sargeras and Illidan are probably gonna come back. Like it's so convoluted and so hard to follow that it's not surprising that people don't really care. And whether you like to admit it or not, the story shapes the game that we live in, because this is a fantasy game based off of a story. And if the story sucks, that will make players not care about it, and that's a big aspect of the game. It takes away that little love, the little spark, that little magic that gets you to log in. Which is why WoW has never regained its glory and probably never will. Yeah. For instance, retcons are not all bad. The Illidan retcon was probably their best retcon ever. I read their Illidan book, and I think the Illidan book, up until then, was the best WoW book ever written. And if you have never read it, I recommend you do read it, especially if you plan on playing Legion Remix, and if you've never played Legion before, it's an amazing book. If you played Legion, you're gonna appreciate it, and if you haven't played Legion but you're interested in Legion Remix, I super recommend you read the Illidan book. And when Legion starts, create a Demon Hunter and play through their story, unless you already did. It's better if you played the intro quest during Legion, because it transitions into Legion way better. The moment WoW lore died for me was when they erased Arthas out of the game. Don't even watch cutscenes anymore. Yeah, that's also a big fuck you to the player base, right? The story for me died way before then, but that was also a big fuck you. They wanted to use this Arthas crutch one more time to get people, because they were desperate at the time. WoW was at an all-time low. Everybody was pissed off of Blizzard for being discriminative, or just having, all of the bullshit that happened in Shadowlands. So they needed, a break glass in case of emergency type thing. So they just used Arthas's name. They could have just as well played with Arthas in the Maw, like they did with Kael'thas in Revendreth. You could have had Arthas in chains and people talk to him and him probably not feeling repentance at all, and then you close the door on the character. But instead they used them as a battery for a sword to make Anduin a subtle little mini bitch Arthas. That turned out to be very underwhelming and created PTSD for Anduin, where now he's one of the only few male characters in the game that's supposed to kind of inspire hope and heroism, and he's just whining all the time. I get it. I get the concept of trauma, okay? But this is a fantasy game that's supposed to be heroic and inspire greatness in people. That's fine. Make him suffer, go through a hero's journey, but for the love of God, bro, it's been 3 expansions. Is he ever going to be a meaningful character? Or always gonna be like, oh, poor little Anduin, poor little Anduin. It's just boring and weak. And I'm sure pretty much everybody agrees, or at least sees things similar. If not, then good for you. Guess you probably enjoyed the story that we have right now. So back to today's topic, where oh, that's my delivery. I thought up until today, because I don't know what the news story with Faerin is. I thought that up until today, Faerin is a character with a lot of potential. I didn't mind their intention of making Faerin a support ally of Anduin, where he can find his faith back in the light. So I don't mind that side of it, because I heard a lot of people not liking that part. It's fine. Dealing with trauma is not something that you normally can do alone, and having somebody be like a beacon of hope It's very helpful, it's very inspiring. So long as this turns Anduin into a cool character that overcame his flaws and became the leader that he was meant to be. And the cinematics that we had with Faerin and Anduin, where she tried to get him to believe again in the light and in himself, are very, personally for me, they're heartwarming and endearing. Because there are a couple of characters that I personally don't like in the War Within, which you may disagree with me, that's perfectly fine. Wait a second, I might have to open the door soon. Give me a minute. Bunny. One moment. Could have been such a good character and she's just no comment. Okay, so if you've seen this, that's fine. I'm probably in for a disappointment, but I hope I'm not. I hope all of the negative reception around this is just people knee-jerking hating on Blizzard. Probably going to save the soul from turning the void or cleanse it. I don't see. Okay, so she didn't come across as that kind of a character. She's not a paladin, right? Up until the story that we did, because at least I paid attention to the story. I don't think I've missed something that would make her seem like the savior that she is meant to be in the leveling campaign of the War Within. So I was saying that there's a couple of things that I'm not a big fan of. Without trying to sound too controversial, personally, for me, as a guy gamer, I feel like I cannot relate to the story right now in the game because all of the male characters, in my perspective, are weak, soft, not very inspiring, not something that I particularly like seeing in video games, but that's just me. That doesn't mean that it's necessarily wrong for the game. If the game needs to be this way, if people like it, that's perfectly fine. But I don't like it, and that's fine. I'm only speaking for myself. I don't think what they did to Khadgar is funny. I don't think what they did to the Kirin Tor member in the aftermath of the Dalaran story is fun, when he was the only one left trying to piece the Dalaran and the Kirin Tor back together and to contact everybody, and he did pretty much most of the work in reuniting everything, and whenever a leader for the Kirin Tor was appointed, it was Jaina again, and he's like, oh, sorry bro, just whatever. I'm not a big fan of how the entire storyline of the Arathi Hallowfall is basically General Steel Strike, the old general lady, and her daughter running things. To me, it's not relatable and not very realistic from a character perspective, but that's fine. That's stuff that I particularly don't like it. It's a little bit too female-centric. I don't think it was fun if when it was very male-centric either. I think a balance of both would be fine. I don't think there's a balance right now. I think it's very heavily skewed towards female representation in the story. And that would have been fine if at least I had a couple of male cool characters that could be epic still. Obviously, Thrall is not that one, because Thrall is always accompanied by either his wife, that seemingly makes decisions with him as well, or sometimes for him, or by Jaina. So I don't know, it feels weird and I'm not a big fan of it. However, Faerin is a character that I actually really liked, because it felt like she was supposed to be the support that Anduin needed to find the strength to be, you know, the king that he's supposed to be. At least that's how it was in the story. She's not, or at least in the story, she wasn't particularly strong. She wasn't particularly I don't want to say she wasn't heroic. She was portrayed to have weaknesses, to have fears, to have lacks. The fact that she also has one arm, right? Or her other arm, I forgot what it is. She lost it somehow. I know they said in the story, I don't remember how. I imagine it wasn't an important part. That's why I didn't remember it. I think she's also blind in one eye. So she's a flawed character. And it's cool that she strives above these flaws and perseveres. That's cool to me. And that's how I thought she was gonna be. Honestly, secretly, I was hoping to ship her together with Anduin, where she, as his partner, maybe his queen, whatever, would be the strength that he needs to lead the entire world. Because that's just realistic to me. That's, to me, at least the way I see the dynamic between men and women is that the women support men in whatever they do, right? But, you know, obviously we don't have that. That's why I liked and was excited to find out exactly how they're gonna write her even more. And just becoming a powerhouse at the moment in the story. They're building him up to be the leader. I'm hoping so. I don't know. So I'm gonna watch this, of course, and see what I feel about it. But I'm hoping that that's necessarily true. Because I just want characters that are cool. I don't really care if they're female or not, but it's very hard to portray, because I like in the story, I like some masculinity as well. I like some femininity as well, but I don't feel like masculinity is being portrayed well. And, you know, call me old-fashioned, old school, I don't think proper masculinity is portrayed by female characters that well. There are a couple of exceptions, which are really cool written female characters. This is a very cliche example, but I will stand by it. Some of my all-time favorite characters in stories have been Sarah Connor, was it Ellen Ripley or Ripley from Alien? And I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of other really cool badass female characters that had a lot of masculinity and a lot of authority, a lot of heroism, a lot of courage and all that stuff, and they were a fucking incredible, goddamn fucking awesome characters. So I think you can write a masculine female character that can be cool and epic. And fucking badass. But when my mom, yeah, fucking hell, Ellen Ripley, yeah. But when all of the cool characters apparently are female, I just feel like this is not the game made for me anymore. That's my problem. I'm worried they are going to bring Anduin back, not as a king, if the alliance moves to a council like all the others will be. Yeah, I'll be disappointed too. I'm not a fan of the councils. The orc heritage questline has been very, very boring and cringe to me and lame. Because Thrall adhered again to his wife, and I think he made her the leader of the clans or something. I don't know, the whole story centers around her again, and I'm like, bro, okay, I get it, but give me, bro. Dude, Warcraft 2 orcs. Do we have artwork? I did this before, and I'm gonna keep doing it again. Can I see art? This also obviously is present in Warcraft 3 as well. Bro, these are the orcs and humans in Warcraft that I grew with. Look at this shit, bro. You cannot make this how you sell the game to me. Why is it how you sell the game to me and then tell me, oh, but we're actually very sorry and we're gonna, you know, adhere the power to the new bro. I don't know, man. Is the Farseer? Maybe. I'm just not. I just don't really care too much for Agra. They neutered Thrall. They've neutered Garrosh. There's no more Sourfang. The Horde Council is super lame. I'm a big orc fanboy. There's no cool orc to look up to. The reason I always liked orcs as characters is because they were cool, badass, and also, you know, they went through the whole being controlled by the demons part, and then now they just wanted to uphold their honor and rebuild their homes in a new world, despite the entire world almost, you know. I just wanted to see this image, bro. Despite the whole world not accepting them, right? That was kind of like a relatable thing. That's why I liked orcs, right? Anyway. Back to this. I think we can start watching it. Sadly, times change, old friend. Everything has to be super friendly now, almost unreal. Yeah, it's unreal. This is supposed to be Warcraft, man. Like, I don't understand. Like, we cannot go back in time. People are not the same. We don't have the same gamers, but all right. Let's see what this is all about. Oh shit, this is...
And I welcome you to my fireside. Greetings, champion. My name is Faerin Lothar.
Was this narrated by her?
I welcome you to my fireside. Today, I'm reading a new tale, Faith and Flame.
Is the volume okay?
Shall I begin? Faerin Lothar sat in her favorite of the 3 leather chairs situated outside Great Chiron's office. She was familiar with this one, especially the slight grooves in its right arm.
Just to understand what's going on here. She's reading a tale to us, the listener, and the tale is about her, and she speaks about her in the third person. Is this what's going on? Okay, so I know it's the VA of Faerin, but is the character Faerin the one telling the story, or is it just the VA? It just so happens that the VA is also the narrator in this case. But the narrator isn't Faerin, it's just the person voicing her. Let's mute the music. Let's get to the point.
Where plenty of lamplighters and hopefuls alike had picked and scratched nervously at the finish, herself included. Beladar's light poured through the high windows on the far wall, shafts of aureate radiance carving the corridor into slanted fragments. The setting should have been tranquil, a place of shelter and peace. Instead, Faerin felt the unease that had been churning in her gut for the better part of an hour begin to slowly spread through the rest of her body. It took hold of her legs, which started to bounce, and her arm, until her fingers drummed uselessly on her knee. Closing her eyes, she tried to focus on anything but her swirling thoughts as Anduin Rin's words danced through her mind. You should come with us. See the world. Let it get a good look at you. The invitation stuck between her ears nearly as much as the stories he told. They painted a picture in her mind's eye of the old world born anew. Outlander tales of heroes and legends. Myths like the very one born by her bloodline. The Lothar name was an inheritance she'd all but renounced the day she stole away on Oria's ascent, believing she was avoiding a destiny stuck amidst dusty histories and decrepit parchments. Plenty of legends had lodged themselves in Faerin's heart like splinters, all of them kindling for a single burning truth. A life tending the past was not one she endeavored to live. But what Anduin had shared about her family, how the...
Sorry. My problem is that you're stuck in treating WoW as a world instead of a game that one has always had mediocre mid storytelling. Okay. I don't expect WoW to have good storytelling. I want it to have consistent storytelling. And it's not about good or amazing storytelling. It's always about consistent and relatable storytelling. Like what you say, I don't think it has anything to do with what I said. I don't know what I said has anything to do with what you said. Just because WoW is a game with mid storytelling doesn't mean I have to have an unrelatable story that I cannot engage in whatsoever. And I'm sorry, the story that I loved with WoW was nothing deep or insightful or interesting in any way. It was just cool and badass. That's it. That's what I want because that's what the game sold to me. It doesn't have to be that way, but I can want whatever I want. It's not my problem. It's just how the game used to be good, how the majority of the people seem to like the game more, and how the gaming industry seems to stray away from that, and it doesn't seem to be the success that they want it to be. I don't know exactly what you want from me. Why is that my problem? Is it bad to want a game to have a good story? And I don't mean Baldur's Gate level story, bro. How can I get this so I can actually manage all of these screens at the same time? Because I kind of want to keep it on the screen, but also, can I mini player? If I put mini player out, will I still be able to know? How does it do this? Oh, there you go. Oh, I want to pause it whenever I want to comment while also being in the game.
The Lothar.
Hey, Voravn, thank you for the 11 months, buddy. Appreciate it. Voice that they gave her for me does not work for 1 second for the character. When I saw her in the cinematic, I imagine her voice not being so naive. Okay, so girly. Yeah, I don't think I have that. I don't see it that way, but sure. I think her voice actor is very good. I like it. Just ignore it. It's rage bait. Oh no, but I'm fair. I don't think Avatar is trying to rage bait me, but he and I have very different opinions about what makes the game good, and I'm trying to be very level-headed and open-minded, and to the best of my abilities, engage with what he's saying in a critical way, in case what he says can change my opinion. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't, but I think that's just fair. Otherwise, like, what are we doing? Like, I cannot be hard-headed and just have my own opinions that never falter. But also, if something doesn't make sense, I'm just gonna call it out. It doesn't make sense. Because just as much as sometimes maybe I don't understand what you guys are trying to say, it can work both ways, right? I don't think what Avatar said had anything to do with what I said. It felt like that was just his opinion, and I don't know. I'm not gonna put words in his mouth. But yeah. The story should help us lose ourselves into the lore game, not bring the game to our world and its problems. That is true. Vanilla WoW didn't really have a story. It was a sandbox game where you can just use your imagination to create your own story, which was great. But after that, it was all story-based. The Burning Crusade and Illidan was a story about, whatever happened in the Burning Crusade. I'm not going to go through it. Obviously, Wrath was the same. Cat was the same. All of these were the same. People can engage with the story, even if we're just like minor characters in it, but we want to be a part of a story. It doesn't have to be a Tolkien story, it doesn't have to be a George R. R. Martin story, a Bryan Sanderson story, or anything that's super deep with complexity and personality depth. But if you're attempting to tell a story with real characters, then tell a story with real characters. And if you fuck it up, then because it's easier to fuck it up because it's a difficult way to tell a story, then of course I have the right to criticize it, and I am. Even if you wanted to tell a weak soft woke type story that I personally don't like, if you can tell it in a good way, then I can appreciate a story being told good. But that doesn't happen either, because soft, weak, and woke, it doesn't really match with the world that we live in, because this is not how the world was built and meant to be. So you have to retcon a lot of stuff. You have to retcon a lot of characters. You have to retcon a lot of dialogue and interactions and stuff like that to make it fit your whole new direction for the story. Because it doesn't make sense. Like, what is it? Thanks, Ruthless. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for the 7 months, man. It doesn't, like Nivius Frost has said, it doesn't make sense to have these social political issues that we are facing with in our today's day and age to be relevant in a fantasy game that hasn't gone through, let's say, the history that we have gone through. When you're in a world where demons can burn the planet instantly, or the void consume it in like a fell swoop, then your worries are probably not making a horde council so that everybody's opinion is heard, but rather who's the best person to make us the strongest so we can not die. So that's the part that is not real to me, that I cannot really engage with. I don't care who that person is. I don't care what kind of characters you want to write, but make me believe that the story makes sense. And I don't need it to be like this 5D chess of like, the jailer was actually behind everything, and if you listen to us retconning 15 years of lore, we will tell you how it all makes sense. Bro, fuck that. Only issue I ever had was one world quest in Hallowfall. There's an awkward pause in the narration, but that's poor editing more than anything. Oh, okay. I don't think I know what you're talking about. What lured me in was the combat back then, and still does. Got the PvP Alliance versus Horde, but they evolved to a great gameplay with dungeons over the years for me as well. Yeah, there's also the part of the game where it's just pure gameplay. It's just PvE, dungeons, raids, and all of that, and people don't really care about the story, but that's fine. You don't have to. You don't have to agree with me either. I care about the story. I'm a big story fan. I like fantasy stories, books, movies, audiobooks, TV shows, video games as well. So for me, that was the main driver into Warcraft. I got super hooked with the Warcraft 3 story and wanted to see how that would play out in World of Warcraft, right? And they gave me vanilla WoW, which had no story, and I was perfectly fine with it. They gave me TBC with a very weak story. They gave me Wrath with a compelling end to a story that had like loose ends. And then they gave me Cataclysm, where they revived all characters. Okay, the story was okay. Obviously, the raid was the downside and a lot of issues with Cataclysm. They gave me MoP, where they created a whole new world that wasn't a part of the original world building, and they probably retconned some things to make sense, and it worked. It wasn't a particularly complex story. It was a story about the suffering of people that were enslaved and how they managed to find freedom, build a life of peace and harmony, and how you cannot really shield yourself from the problems of the world. And when the problems of the world come knocking down at your door, if you're not prepared, you're gonna suffer, which was what happened to the Pandaren people with the shahs of emotions that manifested because of the Horde and the Alliance conflict. That was a very complex story about emotions, psychology, and I want to say humanity because that's our term, but obviously they were not humans, but you know what I mean, right? That was a very complex story that they told. So that worked really well. So there's no... Oh, I should probably... Wait a second. God damn it! The mute. What's up? There you go. So that was... a complex story that they could actually tell that was not mediocre. So them not being able to tell a good story is not really accurate. What happened to me? Oh, reacting to lore. Listen, I always like lore. I started caring about Warcraft lore ages ago. The writers are unable to make anything cool anymore. That's true. That's kind of my opinion as well. I'm constantly looking to be proven wrong. What I meant by problem is that it seems like you're very attached to an image created when you were young. I'm not. I've explained that already, writing on phone, so it's right. And those characters were never good, but it's just the image you attach. I know what you're trying to say, man, but that's not true. Like, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I don't care. Kill off all of the characters. I'm attracted to good written characters. I'm not hung up on, oh my god, I want the old days back. I never said that. and I'm saying it, and I've specifically said that that's not the thing. Like, this is why it's very hard to have sometimes a conversation with you, because you assume what I believe, even me saying the opposite, and then trying to keep making your point, which is obviously not the case. I know that can be a problem with nostalgia. I don't really care. I'm all up for new stories. I'm all up for new characters. Bro, if you have to kill Khadgar, kill Thrall, but give me good characters. I never cared about Anduin. I never played WoW when Anduin was a thing. All of you guys, most of you guys probably played with Anduin through Mop, his journey with Garrosh and Rathian, right? That was never a thing for me. So I never cared about, but I want Anduin now to be a cool character. It has nothing to do with my old attachments to old characters that I just want to be back. Anduin was never cool or badass anyway, but I wanted to be a cool badass. So bad characters, bad in terms of writing, or because I don't care about morality. I just want a good story. Or is it the orcs when I said about the orcs? The orcs were bad. I didn't say they were good. And I don't want the orcs to be bloodthirsty again, but the orcs turning from bloodthirsty warriors bent on honor to singing Kumbaya against the campfire. I'm sorry, bro, but saying that because I don't like that, I care about characters all the time, that's just a weak argument, in my opinion. We're just arguing for the sake of arguing, because you don't like what I'm saying. Shallow, bland, one dimensions. Sure, yeah, Warcraft 2, sure. Warcraft 3, they're not very developed, but you know, you have Warcraft 3 is a basic kid's story about the hero's journey and the fall from grace. Uninteresting? Sure, but that's your opinion. That's not my opinion. The characters were shallow, but the underlying message could be expanded by your imagination. Thrall could be this character that has undergone through suffering and is the recipient of generational mistakes from his parents and the generation of orcs that brought him to Azeroth, that ended up with him being a slave for Blackmoor, right? And you can fill in the gaps. You can use your imagination to expand the story. The game gives you a very shallow story, but you can expand it, and the game doesn't contradict that story. If anything, that's the story that the game probably wants to tell you anyway, but it just doesn't put it into the game. So saying that it was shallow, okay, we're nitpicky right now. So it feels like, all right, whatever. Best character for me is Illidan, and worst is Varian Rain of the high-profile characters. That's fair. That's doing the work of the writers for them? Probably. But when you're reading a book, the writer doesn't fully describe what a character or something looks like, and even if they do describe it, you're still using your own imagination to fill in the gaps and create a bigger picture, which is what happens with a video game. Whenever Jaina says, "Oh, Khadgar, I haven't seen you in a while, I missed you," you're filling the blanks. Oh my god, maybe Jaina one night was sitting at her desk trying to write a report or whatever, and she thought, "Oh my god, Khadgar, the guy that I probably learned a couple of things from, I haven't seen him in a while, I wonder what he's doing," right? You're filling in the gaps. That's what the imagination is for, and that's good. I don't know what we're talking about. I decided for the expansion when Anduin gets kidnapped again. I was laughing so much. Did he? I totally forgot about that. As the lions born fucking throw into the ground, make us evil. Let's horde taste their own medicine. What do you mean, man? We've attacked Orgrimmar so many times. Let's fucking attack Stormwind for once. And doesn't have to be badass like his father. I guess not. No, he doesn't. But we don't have a badass character. I like a badass character. Anduin needs to be Anduin. The problem we have with him is that lots of Anduin's inner turmoil that makes him a crybaby is not shown on screen. That's true. Anduin's character that they want to portray is way too complex to just show us in a cinematic every 2 years. And writing a book about it is maybe fine and okay, but here's the thing. This is not a depiction of real life events. This is not a history retelling of events. This is a story. Whether you like to admit it or not, stories have to have a couple of elements for them to be interesting. One of which could be relatability, which I guess we can relate to Anduin's. If you've ever been through trauma of any kind, you can probably relate to Anduin. But stories are also supposed, at least stories like the one WoW is normally telling, stories are supposed to inspire something in us. Stories are supposed to inspire us to be a little bit better, smart. They can either be just entertaining, funny, but when it's a story about heroes, it's supposed to be heroic and inspire heroism. It's currently not doing that because we don't really have heroic characters. We are actually the heroic characters, but you cannot write a player-controlled character to be the hero of a story without having that character interact with the story in ways that the player doesn't interact with that story. Yeah, the rendition of the gift was one of the best cinematics, true. My wife played WoW first time ever in the World Within, and all she did was complain about Anduin and Crybaby Lord. She does not know anything about WoW and still complain about how they are written. Then I showed her some of the whole story and she was very impressed. Yeah, so I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I actually didn't mind the cinematic with Thrall and Anduin looking at the sword and how Anduin was dealing with his with his past. I don't mind him being weak and having that weakness in, but the point in weakness in it being interesting is overcoming it, right? Not succumbing to it. It's obviously Anduin is on a journey of overcoming it. It's just super slow, and cinematics condense a lot of the story in a very short chunk, and then we have to wait 2 years for the continuation, and we're left with the feeling and the taste of the cinematic. That's bad. If you want to tell a journey of Anduin, every patch you have to have a cinematic like we had with what they did with Saurfang, that was perfect. The Saurfang cinematics that we had in BFA from the start to the end with his journey, like occasionally every patch we get a new cinematic with Saurfang. If you want to tell a complex story about a complex set of emotions that a character is going through, that's how you probably should do it. Because obviously you cannot do it in the game because the game has its own limitations. But if you're going to do it with Anduin once every 2 years, then it's very hard for me to engage and care and relate to the character. Yeah, it's very hard though, Avatar. I don't necessarily think there's anything to argue or debate. I don't see the things the way you do, and I don't think your depiction of my position is correct. But yeah, it's very hard to have in writing, that's true. I think the drag the Anduin learns to confront the domination trauma arc for too long. That's all people see him as now. Maybe, but you have to. If the thing is, the game doesn't do a good chance of making you want to relate to the character because it's the problems that Anduin has are too unrelatable. You cannot relate to being mind controlled. What is that, right? But you can probably try to see it from Anduin's perspective. Anduin was put in the shoes as a king, as someone who was unprepared. He was still very naive in his worldviews, and obviously when his father died, when Faerin died, he was confronted with life, which is actually what happens when, as a person yourself, when one of your parents dies or when an authority figure that you relied on dies, you're confronted with reality, with the real life. That's usually when a person matures. So that's what he went through, and then he suddenly was not just his own man that couldn't actually rely on anybody because he didn't have his father around, but he was the king of so many factions and races. Like, if you really want to relate to him, you can think about that. But the thing is, the game doesn't tell you that. The game doesn't go to an evening with Anduin when he's thinking like, fuck, oh my god, the Worgans want this, the Nidals were just attacked, if I send them, then humans will die, if I send troops to defend Teldrassil, the humans will die, but now we have to go into the Anduin, I have to make 7 decisions and 5 are in conflict with each other, it's so much, I don't have time to think about anything else, I don't have time to lead a country, a kingdom, a faction entirely, and so much is on my shoulder. Like, that's a lot of pressure, right? And then whenever that's taken away, you're kidnapped, and then you're essentially killed or essentially dominated, and you're made to kill your friends while all of that is going on. That's gonna fuck up anybody, okay? And that's essentially what Anduin has gone through. But the game doesn't tell you this, and that's the problem. The story that they try to tell is way too complex for the medium that they want to use to tell that story. So if you're still gonna try and tell that story, you have to do more. You have to do cinematics, you have to do a book. But even if you do a book, the thing is, players won't read the book. So how will the players be able to know and relate to the character? They have shown him get past. So yeah, I know about that part. Yeah, but I meant all up until that part. That's what I said at the beginning as well, Tech, that I really liked his journey and his interactions with Faerin, because we see him having to deal with it. But what I'm talking about is not him dealing with it, is him getting to that point where you see him weeping in front of the sword in Silithus. Because a lot of criticism when Anduin started there is like, oh my god, why is he still a crybaby, right? But to understand how he got to that place, we didn't really do that. We saw him being mind controlled. But because WoW does this so often, mind control or corrupted, this is like a theme for like half of the characters. You just take it for granted, and you kind of have to, because it's kind of like dying in Dragon Ball Z. You just get resurrected. It happens so often, people get over it, so it's not a real thing until Anduin. Anduin is the first character that maybe portrays corruption, influence, and mind control in a more, let's say, realistic manner, as realistic as domination magic can be. Morning, Lawker. I think they started good with the Anduin cinematic for the War Within. You could feel his struggle. Yes, that was very good. I really liked it, yeah. Then we got nothing from him really after 4 years. Yeah, that's true. That's a problem. Nice to see peeps with membership in the chat. Says, what's up, Alex? You did the good work, man. What are you going to do today? I'm going to keep reacting to this story. Okay, so I liked Anduin being weak and working through it. That is essentially the hero's journey, so long as he becomes heroic. And I don't mind Faerin being the kind of character that supports him on his journey and becomes his partner, even if it's just platonically or romantically. I don't know what the purpose of her character is in the grand scheme of things. But if it turns into another, oh, Faerin is actually has all the strength that Anduin would wish he'd had, and she is the strength now, and Anduin doesn't really matter because we don't need Anduin, we just have Faerin. If that's the whole plot twist, or if something similar like that, then I'm gonna throw up in my mouth. I feel like Anduin will sacrifice him before next expansion. I don't mind martyrdom, but I don't think, no. In order for martyrdom to be good, you have to create a character that you are emotionally attached to being alive. Like if Anduin sacrifices himself now, I say, okay, good, finally get rid of him, maybe make room for a better character. So I hope they don't do that. I hope they build him up, and if they want him to become a martyr, they have to make us care about him.
Name belonged to a great champion of the people. What if that past could reveal her way forward? Not in tomes, but in trials faced and victories won. Those stories about heroes drawn to a calling they couldn't explain, a cause greater than they understood, except they knew it was bigger than themselves, struck at something deep in Faerin. A familiar feeling that hummed at the base of her skull, similar to what had drawn her to the docks that fateful day. A duty, a charge. This was the difference between her and the rest of her family. She'd heard such a call in the depths of her very being, while they believed it to be the whims of a child. Now she heard it again. Unable to contain her disquiet, Faerin found her feet to pace the length of the upper hall. The rest of the building remained blessedly silent, abandoned while her fellow lamplighters saw to the start of their daily duties. That's why she picked this time. Early enough that she would go unnoticed, at least for a little while. She didn't want to explain to anyone what she was planning, to face their disappointment or sadness. Most of all, she didn't want anyone to try to change her mind. Not that they could. The only ones who stood even a flicker of a chance were gone.
Parents?
Sadness welled in Faerin's chest, but she tamped it down, pushed it deeper with each footfall. Calm yourself, she murmured into the silence. For so long she believed the sacred flame had summoned her to Hallowfall, that she, blessed as she was by the flame to fight, was supposed to be here. But deep down she'd always given refuge to something hungrier. A smile pulled at Faerin's face as different memories rose in the quiet. She let these fold over her mind, anything to keep from thinking too much about her plans. How wrong it could all go.
Wait, am I crazy? Do we know what her plans are? I thought this was a retelling of her stowing away on the Arathi flagship that got to Hallowfall, but apparently she's already in Hallowfall. I think I'm missing something. How exactly did we end up here? What am I missing? I thought I knew what was going on. Never thought I would see you tackle lore like this, but I'm loving it. Oh, I'm glad you are, man. I always was a fan of lore and story, but the last couple of expansions killed my interest in it as well. So WoW just became a game of doing dungeons and raids. Traction. Feel more that Ralen is going to sacrifice himself since his wife is going to play a role in the Sunwell story arc. Bro, here's the thing. I have a super big bias with Turalian and Illyria because I'm a sucker for love stories with happy endings. And I listened to the 1,000-Year War thing, the story with Legion, and I thought that the dynamic between Illyria and Turalian was so cool, and them having fought for 1,000 years was really cool, and it ending with him not being able to touch her anymore because he gets burned, or she gets burned whenever they touch, because obviously she's half void and he's kind of light forged, right? That's sad, right? So having their story end like that, with, you know, them being separated by their choices in life, I can see the appeal of that kind of a story. But personally, bro, I kind of feel like Turalian has been shafted. He never really got to probably live a life with the love of his life and his kid the way he probably wanted to. And I personally am, you know, a little naive little sucker for stories where the guy gets the girl in the end. So it definitely feels like he's not going to, because her duty is more important. Okay, I understand it, but that's also What did you think about the Undermine story in hindsight? I think it was good. It was an okay story. We're talking about Galliwix working for Xalatath and trying to control Undermine, and then Renzik and Gazlo begrudgingly trying to save all of that from collapsing and kind of freeing up the goblins better, right? That if that's the story you're talking about, then I think it's fine. That's a good Warcraft story. It's simple, it's relatable, made me like goblins a little bit more, which is maybe the point of all of it. Oh no, just one. So yeah, I think it was fine. Believe me, I love those kinds of romance too, but it would be that kind of a drama that makes your heartstrings tingle some to your eyes. But yeah, but you have to show a little bit more of their romance before you take it away, right? Because I honestly don't really care. I honestly am not attached to romance, because all of their romance happened off screen, and not off screen as in not in the game, but not in their stories as well. There were a couple of interactions that made it clear that they care about each other, but that's about it. There was never Illyria and Turalian's day off where they actually use romance as a reinforcer of their relationship. Their relationship was they were good soldiers and partners in war. They just happened to be married. Like, I never got they're actually in love with each other, or they love each other, right? I don't think they would be in love with each other after 1,000 years. I felt the same after Shadowlands. Had read so many of the books, loved the lore, and Shadowlands was like, yeah, that's same with me. Unfortunately, I agree with you about the recent lore. WoW still does macro love decently well. They just haven't really nailed the more detailed parts, the ones more focused on individual people. Lore, not love. Okay, I was trying to macro love. Okay, macro lore. Yeah, but see, that's the thing. You can, if you're macro lore, the way you say it, if you just do that, then you do it well. You don't, micro lore can just be filled in by players, right? The micro lore can just be the side quests with Bane and the Blue Dragonflight and Dragonflight, which were the best. I didn't play the blue one, but I kind of know the story. But I did play the Bane one because I kind of like that more. Big scary Tauren doing big scary Tauren things instead of being do you want to smoke the pipe of peace type thing. So I really dig that, and I think the story and the side story in Dragonflight was better than the main story. There was a story in Hallowfall with a mage trying to make portals back, and it was a very tragic story, and I fucking loved it. The story in Dornogal with with the lamplighter Earthen, the body cop story with him and the Arathi lamplighter, that was so fucking cool and awesome. I loved every bit of it. The Earthen trying to understand humanity, jokes and all of that, and the lamplighter being all haha, let me crack a joke or two. That was very cool. That's how you get me to care about Earthen. Oh, they're these constructs and machines that don't really comprehend emotions and free will, right? So I feel like the more realistic story is told through side quests than the main quest. So they can actually tell a good story, just, you know, it's hard or they don't want to. Or whoever is in charge of the side stories are the real, actual good writers in the Blizzard team. They just don't have the politics enabled to be able to become the big dogs and dictate the main story. It's also very hard to tell a very complex story at a macro level because there's so much story you have to go through. There's just not enough time or quests in the game to go through it. Believe me, I love those kinds of romances, but it would be that kind of drama that makes your heartstrings tingle and some tears. Yeah, okay, I think I read that. Yeah, so you don't have to tell that story, that in-depth romance story, but then don't make romance important in their interaction. No, small. Plus, it's also very biased. Enjoy the story of war within. So far, having these small factions with internal wars is interesting to me. It's not bad. It's obviously better than what we got in Shadowlands, possibly even some of the BFA ones as well. Overall, it was way better. It's obvious that they worked on it. The only small details that I disliked about Undermine story was they set up Gallywix in BFA being probably a Nathrazim. Oh, really? Did they? Because I did not catch up on that. All right.
Go, and what she would have to do if it did. Memories of the orphanage enveloped her. How empty it lay in the beginning, save for Faerin, the only child in the entire expedition for some time. Barely a flicker of a candle in an awfully large tinderbox. The building had seemed massive then, imposing. Who knew having so much space to yourself could feel suffocating? The only thing that made those early days bearable was Siegfried Siegepeer. He'd been selected as a caretaker of the orphanage in Mereldar.
Okay.
The old man had been less worn and weary then. Signs of a life well lived, he'd often say. He said a lot, actually. Most of it calling after her not to run there, slide down this, or climb that. While General Valencia Steelstrike was Faerin's official guardian, it was Siegfried who saw to her daily needs at the orphanage. It was Siegfried who made sure Steelstrike's rules were studied and committed to memory, which still did not prevent Faerin from often breaking them. It was Siegfried who tucked Faerin in at night and told her the stories, tales from glory days past, the legendary champions who spurred the Arathi.
Okay, so this Siegfried guy, since we haven't really met him in the story, I assume he dies at one point. But now the setting is clear. It's when Faerin was a child and she just ended up in Hallowfall as a stowaway, right? But she was supposed to do something that she didn't want to be persuaded out of doing. And I don't think we know what that is, right? I'm not crazy. I didn't miss anything. The Tyrell and Illyria story makes me want to vomit. It feels like they intentionally pooped on Tyrell just so they can make Illyria a big dog. Yeah, that's... I wouldn't say made me vomit, but I didn't like that development either. It felt like Tyrell got the short end of the stick. It felt like he was there for her. Even though it was super uncomfortable and against his own ideals and principles, he eventually accepted her choice with embracing the void, as much as it, was conflicting for him. And it feels, and it makes sense, right? It feels like he suffers after her more than she does after him. Maybe this is relatable in the sense that in the grand scheme of things, guys seem to suffer more after their female partner, or their partner, but I guess female in this case, more so than the other way around. And apparently Illyria, because she's an elf, it would make sense for her to have a more pragmatic look at life, because she's lived for so much longer and she has a much longer life than Turalian. So maybe it's easier for her to detach from being attached to one particular person, which makes it a little bit unrelatable. But her character has to go through that in order to portray her being this strong, badass female character, in which case, okay, sure. But it sucks. It sucks, at least for me, because I'm rooting for Turalian. I think Turalian has amazing potential to be a really cool character, because he's essentially a paladin that has fought the Burning Legion for 1,000+ years. 1,000 years. He's the only one, isn't he? He's the only paladin that we know of, outside of just Lightforge troops, that has fought against the Burning Legion and in an actual war for more than 1,000 years. And he's a human. Like, there's so much things going on with Turalian. Our brains and our concept of time and lives are very much intertwined with the fact that our lifespan is short, right? Like, people start to lose memory around age 50, 60, 70, right? Whenever they get old enough. But he's been alive for 1,000 years. How does he cope with all of the things that he's been through? You can just call it magic at the end of the day. But we don't go through this type of thing, right? Which is fine. We don't have to. It's a fantasy game. It's all magic. You can always just say, oh, it's magic, bro. It's the light that gives him the strength that he needs to survive for 1,000 years, even though humans are not supposed to live that long. But it definitely feels like he suffers after her a little bit more, and he swallows his pain to accept her choices, and she occasionally seems to just give him a pat on the back occasionally. It's kind of hard not to feel just a little bit shit. I don't know. It just feels a little bit kind of hard. Not really a little bit sorry for Turalian. Other than block that sword, I think that was obvious. Obvious what? Of what? That story sounds like a fairy tale you tell children. By the way, what, the 1,000 year story thing? Maybe. I keep waiting for them to completely fuck him over and turn him into a villain. I hope not. That would be like such a predictable way. Such a, oh, we've done this so many times, why do we keep doing it type thing. Every time I see him, I want to start a Red Paladin storyline. With Turalian. I mean, you know, Turalian and Anduin have the potential to be really awesome Red Paladins in the story, which we're not seemingly getting at all. That's kind of a bummer. Video you are watching? Oh, yeah. Well, it's supposed to be a fairy tale. She's narrating it in a way that it's meant to be a fairy tale. She's talking to us at the beginning of the story as if she was talking to a child, which is fine. Maybe she's reading the story to a child. And it being like a fairy tale makes sense. She wouldn't go into like adult style narrative, right? Alright, let's see what's going on.
At the Empire to greatness, that formed the foundation of who Faerin would become. I want to hear one about a battle, Faerin had demanded one night, freshly washed and dressed in a cotton nightgown, perfect for the temperate evening. The copper-tinged winds blowing in from the north crawled through the open windows to stir the curtains and loose parchment covered in scribbles from her lessons that day. Seeing as she'd given a sketch of General Steelstrike, a lynx head in place of her own, it was safe to say that day's teachings hadn't fully taken. Oh, Siegfried had laughed while fluffing Faerin's abandoned pillows, his dark brown face alight with amusement. Stories are for after we curl up under our blankets. Otherwise, how will the dreamers catch your wandering thoughts? With a huff, Faerin flopped back onto the bed, kicking her way beneath the blanket, though she didn't lie down just yet. She adjusted the covering on her head that kept her braids in place and fixed the man with narrow eyes. Dreamers aren't real. Of course they are. Siegfried said with an affronted sniff. Who else brings you visions while you sleep? Certainly not pixies. He patted the newly fluffed pillow and reached to lay a hand atop the heavy tome settled on a nearby table. Faerin watched with bated breath as his fingers brushed the cover but did nothing else. They tapped, waiting. With a giggle, she finally flung the blanket over herself and tucked it to her chin. She couldn't help but smile as Siegfried winked and plucked the book free, his hands dipping slightly with the weight of it. Now then, the old man said while balancing the book on his knee to open it. Why don't we try one a little less stimulating? Aww, Faerin whined with practiced petulance. But fighting is the best. Oh? Yes, if you're strong, you fight. Everything else is boring. Siegfried hummed in that way of his that wasn't exactly judgmental, but still suggested you reconsider whatever you were doing. You think so? Well, that gives me the perfect idea for tonight's tale. The old man opened the book and traced the vine detail framing the page. A gentle golden glow bled outward from the ink, enveloping the tome and flipping the pages in succession until they settled somewhere deep in the text. Whoa! Faerin exclaimed, eyes now wide and wonder-filled. She'd never seen the book do that before. You know magic? I'm afraid not, Siegfried chuckled, then bowed his head and whispered conspiratorially. But the book does. Faerin settled for—
Wait, is this a play on the fact that when paladins cast spells, they like open up a book and they just flick the pages and then they cast the spell? I don't know if he's supposed to be a paladin, but is that what's going on here, or is this like an ominous point of like he's actual a sorcerer or whatever, and we're about to find out?
Further into her spot, enraptured. This story, Siegfried began while patting the open page, is a special one. Hidden amidst all the fighting and all the battles, nearly forgotten due to the oath that was sworn by the secret keepers, guardians of our most secrety secrets. 8-year-old Faerin hung on every silly word. But then, that was the magic of storytelling. Siegfried cleared his throat a bit theatrically, then began to read. The Ballad of Crochet the First Flame, Tale of the Lost Queen of Erethdor. According to legend, Crochet was a daughter of kings, descended from the line of Thoradin. She was your ancestor, Siegfried exclaimed with a wave toward Faerin. She all but gasped aloud. I've never heard of her. Few have, her caretaker continued. This is but one of many myths about the Lost Queen. He read on. Crochet was a rambunctious child full of fire and spirit. She was bright and intelligent, but often neglected her studies or chores in favor of playing games or venturing into the wilds. Sounds like someone I know, Siegfried chided. Crochet was the oldest of her father's children, born to a noblewoman from Quel'Tha Las. She adored nature and spent much of her time coming to know the forests and rivers that marked the land, making friends with creatures and all manner of folk. Despite her station, Crochet cherished her time among the people. She was afforded much respect but spurned any and all special treatment. She had a knack for fighting, and wielding the arcane was among her natural talents. As Crochet came of age, a terrible curse struck the land, tainting anything and anyone it touched, mutating them into vicious beasts. People turned on their loved ones, ripping their homes and villages apart. The king—
Wait, is this the Scourge? Is this the story of the Scourge? Am I supposed to know this character, or is this like all fictional? Crochet. Was she the queen of Anasterion, Kel'Thas's mom? Is that the story? Let me see. Wowpedia, Kel'Thas. They say. Oh, they don't in the story. It's not said who's his mom. We just know that Anasterion was the father.
Kingdom was besieged both from without and within. At the height of the conflict, an army of contorted creatures breached Thoradin's wall, which had stood a stalwart sentinel over the land for generations. Witnessing the devastation firsthand, Crochet pledged her skills and power to the protection of her kingdom. She would hunt down and eradicate the source of this magical malediction. In the following months, she fought battle after battle, winning great victories and helping others survive grave losses. It was during one such encounter, as monsters closed in around the princess and her wounded allies, that she unleashed a torrent of flame and light, the likes of which had never been seen. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing the princess now wielded her fire as a sword and shield. With her gleaming armor and blazing weapons, it was as if Crochet commanded the power of the sun itself. Faerin had pictured this shining warrior, her foremother, with rich, dark skin like her own and radiating power. Though the princess emerged triumphant, time remained against her. The curse spread, and the war took a terrible turn. Some unseen force strengthened the dreadful enchantment, hastening its spread. Defenses began to crumble. All hope seemed lost. But one night, while asleep in her tent near the front, Princess Crochet was visited by an entity of light. It gave her a vision, spoke of a place hidden deep in the wilds, a temple where the heart of the world and the eye of the heavens met. But only she was strong enough to find it, possessing a soul true enough to wield its power. So Crochet set off on her own and combed the continent, facing foe and fiend alike, all the while praying her people would survive another day. When she eventually found the hidden temple, she climbed the stairs while battered and exhausted, prepared to fight whatever guardian stood in her way. Instead, in the central chamber, she discovered the being of light from her dream, whom she could now
Is it a
see
Naru?
was a woman dressed in stardust robes,
Okay.
standing vigil over a pool of swelling light and fire. The woman looked up, and her face changed, from elf to human, to troll, and back again. Every time she moved, her appearance shifted. The woman called herself the Scion and explained that she had sensed something in Crochet, something willing to fight in defense of others. The world would need such a strength in the coming age, just as Crochet's kingdom depended on it now. "It is why I summoned you to this sacred place," the Scion declared, "to offer you the means to defeat this nightmare." Relief nearly overcame the princess. She confessed that she had journeyed far to find the power to save her people, and at last her quest was at an end. Upon hearing these words, however, the Scion appeared disappointed. If power was truly all Crochet sought, then she and her people would be lost to the evil overtaking the world. Yet the princess corrected the woman. "I did not come here for power," Princess Crochet declared, "but for purpose. Help me deliver my kingdom from this malevolence, and I will live in defense of all lands." Pleased with this answer, the woman bid Crochet to bathe in the fiery waters of the temple. When she did, her old life and essence were burned away and made new. With eyes blazing and hair aflame, the princess emerged, wielding an ember that could never go out. The first flame. For you see, there were no paladins then, Siegfried explained. There were many mages, yes, but when Crochet returned with the Ember, she wielded both the light and fire to drive back the evil that had tried to take the land. The Queen even cleansed those who'd fallen to the curse, returning them to their previous form. After she'd won many battles and ruled for many years as Queen, Crochet left the kingdom to her children, who had inherited a portion of the ember that blazed within her. In time, they began to spread her lessons amongst the people, so as to light the path forward. Crochet then took what remained of her power into the world, trying to trace the curse back to its source so it could be purged and her kingdom, the world, could be safe forever. Time between sightings of the former queen grew further and further between, until none could say where she'd gone. Eventually, she passed into legend, and those legends were handed down.
Was she
One
supposed to
being
be the
this
first
tale,
paladin?
Siegfried
No.
murmured as he closed the book, its glow brightening briefly and then dimming once more. Faerin was not able to sleep that night. She waited until the wee hours of the morning to
Wait, okay, so is this... So either this is just a fairy tale that Siegfried is selling Faerin, just, you know, for the purpose of making her fall asleep, or this is like a true event. If it's like a true event, it's super lame. It's a little bit lame. They're retconning paladin lore once again. If she was the first, I guess, Blood Elf paladin, or maybe not. Maybe that's how the... But I don't think so. Blood Elf paladins, weren't they part of the Silver Hand as well? Whenever Alonce's Foul and Uther created the paladins? Or am I wrong? It gets worse in the video? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. This is just background to understand her better. Alright, I'm just gonna keep playing. The first paladin in World of Warcraft was Uther the Lightbringer. He was the first member of the Knights of the Silver Hand, the first order of Paladins. He was mentored by Archbishop Alonce's Foul. Uther is also known as the first paladin. Okay, I did not know that. I know he founded the order. I mean, it would have made sense that he would be the first paladin. I don't think I've heard anywhere that being stated, which would make a lot of sense, for sure. I don't like how they diluted the story of paladins. It was supposed to be priests and warriors banding together to form a group of soldiers, I guess, to fight the orcish horde, and then it became not just priests and warriors, but Lightforge, Naru followers of Anshe, followers of the Lamplights now. So it just feels like anything that can spark bright can create paladins. So I don't know. It's a little bit lame.
to sneak out of bed and try to find the story herself. But she was never able to glimpse those pages again. Still, Queen Crochet and her legend lived in Faerin's heart and boasted her spirit. Perhaps it was her foremother from whom Faerin inherited her need to go where she felt led, to do what she could for her people, for her faith. A faith that had carried Faerin across the world, and perhaps farther still. Faerin? The sound of a voice so near drew her out of her reminiscing with a jolt. She turned to find a familiar face in fellow lamplighter Meredith Lack. Meredith, Faerin sighed. Have you been up here this entire time? Meredith asked as she approached. Not for long. There is a matter I wish to discuss with Great Chiron. Faerin leaned casually against the wall, as if she hadn't been trying to walk off her nerves mere moments before. I just left them. Meredith turned to glance over her shoulder, but stopped herself. They have gone to speak with Anduin. I hear he is leaving soon. Along with the other, I know.
Wait, okay, so now we're back to the present. So all of this was what? Faerin remembering the story that was being told to her in the past by Secret? Is that what this was? Light is force creation, not a deity. For life for druids, more like the stronger your fate is, because the stronger the connection. Yeah, the light itself, but the light itself was always like this this ineffable element of the universe, but they materialized it even more when they made it to be Naru, but now it's not just Naru, right? So I don't know, what is the current canon of the light? What is the light essentially? I'm trying not to think that way, Uther. I'm trying not to see the fact that Faerin's guardian and the leader of the Halophor is General Steelstrike, a woman. She's a woman. The queen in the story is a woman. The scion that gave the queen the power is also female, from the related story. It's, you know, I'm trying not to look at that, okay? Like, I don't mind it, but if that's the way they want to tell the story, as long as the story is good, I'm fine with it. I don't need my story to be filled with dudes. Just don't make it overwhelmingly, let's say, unrelatable. The light, also known as the holy light of creation, and light of creation, is an endless, shimmering sea of energy situated outside the barriers of reality, and one of the two most fundamental forces in the Warcraft universe, along with the void, which was born from the essence of the former. Okay, so the light is, let's say, bigger than the Naru, and the... Wait, is Anshe, the god that the Taurens worship, is that Elune in their language? Because the Night Elf priests are basically empowered by Elune, right? They don't call it the light, or they didn't used to anyway. While the Tauren ones by Anshe, the Lamplighters by whatever the Lamplighters are being inspired by, and the humans, dwarves of the Alliance, and Blood Elves for the betterment of for the better part of the story, were just by the light. Draenei by the Naru, right? It's Elune, some deity. Okay, the same deity. Okay. Yeah, so Elune is also okay. So this light is basically this cosmic force from which either Elune and the Naru come from, are empowered by, or they were born from, right? Something like that. Is that what they're essentially trying to tell us? What up, Carter? I'm fine. It's not Elune? Okay. Well, I can look it up, right? Anshe is the sun. Okay, let's see. Anshe Bowpedia. I don't have nothing against human strong characters like Kalira or Sylvanas, but this is BS story. Okay, we'll see how it plays out. Anshe. Oh, if Anshe is the sun, then Elune is the moon, right? Anshe, or simply Sun, is the sun god, the right eye of Earth Mother, and the twin brother of Musha. Okay. So it's not alone. Tauren priests known as seers and paladins known as sunwalkers aim to revere the light of Anshe. Okay. Oh, I guess you guys see it on the screen as well. That's nice. Maybe I need to like read again on Elune. Oh, sun god is not a... Okay. What about Elune? How is Elune classified? Is it the same type of being, or is it a different kind of being? Is Elune like a old one, primal one? Elune is a moon goddess of the cosmic realm of life. Her sister and counterpart is the Winter Queen, okay, that we knew. One of the eternal ones of death. Okay, so if her sister or counterpart is the Winter Queen, then isn't she at the same level of an eternal one? It's far too one way. What? Eternal ones. The Eternal Ones, sometimes called Eternals or Lords of Death, are the most powerful beings in Shadowlands. So, how is... Okay, so Elune is the... So, Elune and Winter Queen are two sides of the same coin. One is the life one is the death one. Anshe is another name for Elune from Tauren perspective. Is it though? Is that confirmed? That's what I thought, but okay, wait a minute. On Azeroth, she's best known as the primary goddess of the Night Elves, whom she considers her favorite children. She's associated with the larger of the planet's two moons, the White Lady, and is considered to be the mother of Cenarius, the forest lord and patron god of all druids. The reverence for Elune is not limited to the Night Elves, however, in Tauren culture, she is known as Musha, or simply Moon, the left eye of Earth Mother, with the right eye being the sun Anshe. Okay, sure, so she's not Anshe. Elune is one of the few true deities of Azeroth, but the mythology surrounding her suggests that her true identity has not yet been fully understood. Yeah, so I think you're wrong with her, judging from the so-called canon official lore. I don't know if this is gonna be changed or not. Fuck, I need to suspend my arm a little bit. But Elune, okay, so Elune is the left eye of the Earth Mother, while Anshe is the right eye of the Earth Mother. Elune is also the counterpart of Winter Queen, so Elune is just the face of like 5 coins, and each coin has a different face on the other side. It's a little bit mismatched, but that's fine. If we're talking about deities that are supposed to exist outside of the realms of rationality, so we cannot really rationalize it, then that makes sense. That gives it a little bit more mystique, a little bit more magic.
Faerin cut in. Meredith paused, her nose scrunched. It was an expression Faerin recognized easily. Is everything all right? You seem nervous. Faerin felt the frown pull at her face before she could stop it. Do I? Meredith only smiled. It was small and genuine. Yes. Or perhaps a better word would be uneasy. It was a way out of sorts. Taking it would be an admission, but it would mean Meredith would spare her further questioning, allowing Faerin to come to her in time. Training, rising through the ranks, and being sparked together had made the two women unlikely friends. Where once there was mistrust, now there was true camaraderie. Faerin's only annoyance with Meredith was how well the former reservist knew her. With what we have faced of late, anyone would be uneasy, Faerin deflected. True, anyone but you. Meredith folded her arms. She arched a brow, her silvering blonde hair drawn back enough to make the expression pinched. Your faith is
Wait, is this Meredith Steelstrike? Is this the general? Is that what I'm hearing right now? So where's the last goddamn treasure? Call me crazy, but it's like he didn't believe me. What? Well, I don't know what you're talking about, Skylines. I was literally reading the same thing you posted in chat. Sent you the order chat my lore nerd friend sent me. What are you talking about? The order chat. What's an order chat? What is this? What am I looking at? Oh, the order chart. That I've... is this the current one? Because I feel like we've gone through a bunch of these. Can I show it? Show it on stream? Without having to like create my setup again? I cannot see the original. Open link. There you go. Oh, you guys can see it. If I can zoom in on it. Okay, perfect. All right, now I can just scroll through it. Is it too small on stream? Or are you guys fine seeing it? Oh, wait, I said I was gonna get my arm in a better position to rest. Oh, oh, it's good. All right. So we have the light, holy, and the Naru. So the Naru are beings of the light, or the beings that represent light, or beings infused by light. Hello, Fandor. The Burning Legion and the demons essentially are the beings that represent Fel. Nature is by wild gods. Okay, we knew this. Spirit, fire. I still don't know what spirit is supposed to be. Is that a type of magic that we just don't have in the game yet? Is that just the spirits of the dead? Emerald Dream. Okay, so you have holy, life, disorder. Why don't you just call it chaos? Why call it disorder? That sounds so bad. Then you have order, death, and shadow. So chaos. Why is it called disorder? This trips me up so bad. Chaos is opposite of order, like would make sense. I guess arcane is opposite of fel. Titans are opposite of the Burning Legion. Then we have life, opposite of death. Necromantic magic, opposite of nature magic. Undead, opposite of wild gods. I have that chart tattooed on my back. Oh, Jesus. All right. Fucking hell. Yeah, the art was... Better pray they don't retcon it again, because this is not the first chart that they gave us. We have the Shadowlands in opposition of the Emerald Dream. Okay, and obviously Shadow. So this is not Void, this is Shadow. So Shadow is opposite of the light. Holy and Void are the opposites here, the opposite elements. The Void Lords and the Old Gods are the manifestations of the Void. Okay. Order creates earth and water, while Necromantic creates decay and air, I guess. Maybe that's why they're there. Wouldn't decay and spirit make more sense? I don't know. Okay, I don't know if the elements, fire, air, decay, earth, water, and spirit are relevant to their position relative to the sides of the chart. But sure, and then we have reality. Okay, so, I mean, pretty much what we already knew. Pretty chart. The healing is moving steadily, thank you. Metzen made first chart, then user retconned it, and then Metzen dunked back on that shit. So this is the dunked version that we have? Okay. Why is it just not called chaos? That bothers me. Alright.
Unshakable. And that remains true. Faerin made her way back to the row of chairs, retaking the one in the center. I simply wish to discuss something that happened during the confrontation with the Harbinger. The faint but smug smile that had started to play across Meredith's face faded. Out with it! What's the matter? Faerin dipped her head in a deep nod, hiding her face so Meredith couldn't glean the truth. All is well, I promise. No cause for concern. Meredith looked Faerin over once more as if deciding whether to believe her. She seemed to make up her mind, her shoulders sagging with a faint wounded sound. If you insist. After you finish speaking with Chiron, you should join us later at the inn. Us? Rigald wants to tell of some mishap or another, and Nalina promised us a round after recent events. You would be most welcome. I'm not sure I'll have time. Faerin murmured mostly to herself. A beat passed between them before Meredith folded her arms. You're not leaving us, are you? Faerin's head snapped up from where she had been inspecting the grooves in the chair.
Oh, okay, so her leaving is basically... Because obviously I know where the story is going from the thumbnails. Is to go with either Anduin or whatever to go to Arathi, right? That's where she's leaving. Right? I think that's... It wasn't told yet in the story, right?
What? Flames, help me. Meredith pinched the bridge of her nose. You have that look on your face. The same one you wore when you went chasing after The comment caught Faerin by surprise. She could do little more than stare, unsure of what to say. Meredith continued before she lost her nerve or could be interrupted. Your faith and zeal are unparalleled, to the point where some might even call it foolhardy. But it is clear that whatever force guides you does so because you are worthy. You have been since the beginning, when the shadow first found us. And while I cannot trust in unknown entities, I can trust you. It was you who kindled the sacred flame in me, after I spent years cowering in the darkness. If something spurs you on, I've no doubt it's the right path. But at least spare us any more sudden losses. With that and a curt nod, Meredith tromped swiftly back the way she'd come, leaving Faerin gazing after her. Because you are worthy.
Is it me or is it hard to follow who's talking? Because obviously the VA is voicing everybody. Obviously she's trying to voice Steel Strike a little bit more exasperated. But at some point I kind of lost I kind of lost who was talking. Maybe because I'm also playing a little bit on the side.
Thanks for that. Glad you.
Hey, Paliator, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. This is what I meant when I said macro lore, as in the story of how every element once has wrought for their own reasons. The Titans alone are the elemental lords and the rest. This and Warcraft 3 story is what made me interested in WoW at first. The macro lore in Warcraft 3? Okay, fair enough. So it's a little bit hard to follow, okay. It's not just me.
You have been since the beginning, when the shadow first found us. Faerin remembered that night, when the sacred flame first burst to life within her, just as life in Hallowfall changed forever. The orphanage was less empty in those days. People had done as they were wont to do, seek companionship, make vows, have children. But there was still a war to fight. The Nerubians and Kobis did not relent simply because the Arathi decided to build lives here. Lives that were still cut short in too many instances. While the circumstances that brought new children to the orphanage's doorstep were always poor, Faerin had learned that this place was still a blessing, a home for them to go to, and she would do her best to make it as welcoming and warm as she could manage. That particular evening, she had decided to do story time while Sigfred saw to other business. More and more, the man's duties involved administerial work, managing supplies, food, the education and training of young ones. Turned out it took a lot to run an orphanage beneath the world. At least, that's what Sigfred complained of more often than not in those days. And it was during those days that Faerin's arc of rebellion seemed to peak. Adolescence brought forth an entirely new fire. One that balked at the thought of being seen as or treated like a child. Tending the children was some small relief in this. A new responsibility. A duty to protect the little ones. But it was exhausting. Besides, she knew she could do more, that her abilities stretched beyond reading stories. Fortunately, she liked reading stories. This is a good one, Faerin said triumphantly, after flipping through the book for perhaps the 1000th time, hoping to stumble upon the pages about the Lost Queen.
Okay, a little bit of criticism because I've been ignoring it a bunch of times. I assume now we're back in the past. I don't know if I don't think it's the voice actress's fault here, but it's very hard to follow whenever scene changes, whenever a new character speaks, even if it's young Faerin instead of current Faerin. Like you can listen I don't know if you guys listen to the short audio stories before The War Within with Thrall and Jaina. Narratively speaking, they were so good. I don't even remember ever having any types of issues with them at all, but it feels like this is either done in a rush or I don't know, maybe a pause between scenes. Maybe a more obvious change of tone. I don't know. Felt like I was listening to an old Disney movie, the Thrall and Jaina one. I don't know what that means, old Disney movie, but it was really good. I really enjoyed it. Really well. Patiently waiting for the so-called Metzen effect. Love this game, man. I hope we get a better story in 12.0 because so far it's been mediocre. Yeah, it's been mediocre. I'm still happy with the fact that it's at least kind of consistent. Whenever we don't get retcons for an expansion, I am happy. So far, outside of The War Within, and I don't know if War Within retconned anything, but we've had, in the last 3 expansions, nothing but retcons. Constant retcons where I didn't know what anything was anymore. I don't know which character was character anymore. To the point where I gave up on the lore to such an extent that now I honestly don't know which version of the lore we're playing. It's probably easy if you regularly and religiously pay attention, if you like the story, and that's kind of what I'm hoping some of you guys have, so you can correct me where I lack some knowledge. Because the story is kind of getting me interested again. It's still not good enough to enjoy, but it's getting better for me anyway.
Alas, instead, she'd landed on a story about a prince who learned magic from a dragon, stories with spells and mythic creatures usually.
Wait, wasn't that the high elf, the first person to learn magic on Azeroth? Wait, was it high elves? No. Was it okay? So as far as I know, Night Elves were a magic bound society, right? Night Elves back in Ajara's days, they were kind of like broken into 2 main castes. One that was very magic focused and one that was very nature focused, right? The story's on the up. Yeah, that's true. That's exactly how I feel as well. Okay, so you know how the dragons taught the mortals how to use magic. Who did they obviously taught this prince or whoever was in the story, but was that a prince, a high elf, or a night elf? Because night elves knew how to use magic. Ajara is obviously that. Nightborns are obviously that. So, do I have some like holes in what I know about the story? Was the first person to learn magic from the dragons like a night elf essentially? Is that what it was?
Went over well, but tonight, her audience was searching for something else. Dinner. None of Faerin's lessons had prepared her for the task of wrangling a pack of hungry toddlers. She settled the book in her lap, her back straight, so the tome could rest open against her chest, leaving her hand free to turn pages, play axe sword fights, and claw at the air like a magical monster. Today, she was an azure dragon with glistening scales and glimmering wings. The story didn't include all that, but she imagined that if she had wings, they would shine. Faerin lilted her voice as she recited the tale from memory. The prince took one look at the dragon and knew he had found his teacher. Great and powerful one, the prince said. Molly, Molly, don't put that in your... One moment. Setting the book on the chair, she made her way over to the little brown-skinned girl who had turned 3 this past spring. Faerin remembered all their names and their birthdays. Someone had to. It made a difference. Mollyana, come now. I'm sure dinner will be much more delicious than a block. She knelt on the floor and proceeded to wrangle the toy from the little girl, who fought valiantly, tears pricking the corners of her eyes. That look shot straight to Faerin's heart. Oh, fine, she relented, smiling as the child squealed in victory. Thankfully, she played with her spoils rather than trying to eat them. Faerin rose to return to her chair and continue reading. But movement outside...
What at least makes sense because we went into a different world reality, right? But Shadowlands is kind of just there everywhere. It's really the afterworld post-death. Yeah, the problem with Shadowlands is that it retconned too much and it messed up the story so much that it's probably unsalvageable to the point where it's better just not to mention it again, which is kind of what they did with WoD as well after the reception. They just tried to mention it as little as possible and create more stories that don't take it into account ideally at all. That's at least that's my take on it. I would imagine that's what it is, because it's a flop. Listen, whatever you want to say, Shadowlands and Warlords of Draenor were a flop story-wise and was very hard to put in. And whether you like to admit it or not, Warlords of Draenor was Metzen's baby, so he can fuck up too. Metzen was just a fan of orcs and just wanted to bring that old love of orcish horde back, and the only way it made sense is to go back in time. I guess he didn't really have that many options, especially after Garrosh. So that was kind of Metzen's little side project. And the way he wanted to tell it wasn't the way that we actually ended up having the expansion. We were actually supposed to fight Grommash by the end. I don't even know if Gul'dan was supposed to play the role that he ended up playing to tie us into Legion. Maybe he was. Maybe Gul'dan wasn't supposed to be like a notable character until the end, like a plot twist. Aha, Gul'dan was actually behind all this in the end, and he just got sent back to our timeline to bring in the Legion. World of Beastcraft, well, fingers crossed for that to change. Hyper-MA Shadowlands is more of a flop than the Fourth War. You mean BFA? I mean, they're both... No, the Shadowlands is definitely more. Like, you shouldn't... I don't think you should be amazed. It retconned and created so many inconsistencies in characters and stories, where Shadowlands probably wasn't even the natural continuation of the Battle for Azeroth story. I refuse to believe that whenever they were writing Legion and Battle for Azeroth stories, they thought that, okay, it's going to conclude in Shadowlands exactly the way it happened. I don't think that's true. I went through that a little bit earlier as well, Alf. Since you're on YouTube, you can actually like rewind the stream when I was talking about Sylvanas. We even watched a couple of our cinematics right at the beginning of the stream. That's at least my opinion. Now, I don't know how true it is, because obviously they would never confirm it. They would never admit to, you know, oh, we actually fucked up so much. Do you want to know how much we fucked up? We fucked up this much. They're never going to do that. Maybe if they would, that would create more positive player sentiment towards the devs and their overall things. Might have to just retcon Shadowlands, and if they did, I wouldn't stop them. Yeah, I don't think anybody would, but I don't think that's going to help anyway. I think we should just stop retconning. Just... maybe at one point there's a story that can be said about Shadowlands that will make it all better again. I'm not holding my breath, but you know, constantly, the thing is, the problem with constantly retconning things, and I said this before, when you make it a habit of retconning things, you create a mindset in the player's brain where they cannot really care about the story because they never know if it's the real story, and if they don't like it, they're just gonna retcon it again. You cannot keep doing that. You have to stop retconning altogether, even if it's a bad story. Fuck it, stop doing that. It's a bad habit. It sets off a very bad precedent. It's again the the Dragon Ball Z precedent. Whenever a character dies, but it can just get resurrected by the Dragon Balls, then you'll essentially stop caring about all of the characters because you know that they don't truly die. They're just in a vacation until you can find a different set of Dragon Balls that can do different things, right? So it's very hard to make that something that works as a plot device. I'm super angry still we found Vol'jin while Seed and Ysera is the one being reborn out of nowhere. Well, Ysera isn't... Was she reborn from Vol'jin Seed? Is that what happened? Isn't Ysera here because Malfurion took her place in the Shadowlands? Stop hating my DBZ, bro. What do you mean, man? I'm a DBZ fan through and through. But the story fucking sucks. What do you mean? You don't watch DBZ for the story, man. She had her own seed reborn by the Winter Queen. Yeah, she didn't use Vol'jin seed, right? That's what I know. The add-on purge supposed to happen. It's not gonna happen overnight, brother. It's little baby steps. They're gonna tone down the mechanics, make the game slightly simpler, and introduce UI options to handle certain mechanics, and slowly but surely make add-ons obsolete. They probably won't make them obsolete. They'll probably give you all of the tools so that you don't need add-ons, and once all the tools are in the game, that's when they're gonna say, okay, no more add-ons. We're banning add-ons. They're not gonna ban add-ons until then. Just as how they didn't ban Bartender and other UI add-ons when they added the edit mode. Because believe it or not, the whole add-on purge started in Dragonflight. But obviously they couldn't say it publicly because people lose their shit because the process is so slow and takes so long. So they just added it without actually saying that it's part of the add-on purge. You don't make the edit mode in the game without thinking, okay, we don't want people to have to use these many add-ons. They confirmed that about BFA linked to Shadowlands. Palpatine behind it all. What link exactly? First, we wanted to destroy Sylvanas in BFA and then wanted to save her in Shadowlands, but they failed. And it was just specifically okay. Okay, then I missed that part. Destroy her in BFA and save her in Shadowlands. Okay. That makes some sense, I guess. It makes a little bit of sense now. I don't know how that makes me feel, because obviously then the story would never have gone in the way that I thought it would, and my little ego is shattered a little bit because I think my version would have been even better. But you know, whatever. As long as the story is good, I'm not a writer. I'm not a bro. Just let me fucking fly off, bro. Shit. There's a treasure here that I need to get. There you go. Look at all of this stuff that I get. DBZ's goated. Bro, I love DBZ. But the story was better in Dragon Ball. Edit mode is awesome. Yeah. Totally agree. Watch Daima, good story. Bro, I want to, but it just seems so goofy and kiddie, bro. I'm just not a fan. I gave Dragon Ball Super way too many opportunities. It's just not for me, man. I'm not the target audience anymore. I need weak auras, can't play enhance without them, so no ban on weak auras, please. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? They're probably going to rework enhancement where you won't need weak auras. Yeah, bro. I mean, you know the memes but that's this is the same trend that we have in WoW. You know the memes of how DBZ versus DB Super. This is the exact same issue we have in WoW. Right? This thing. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know if this is real or just a joke. This thing, right? Dragon Ball Z just had way better art, way better depiction, way better everything, right? What the fuck? Did Goku lose gains? Holy shit, brother. More protein. Also, I'm sorry, Goku looked the best in the Super Saiyan saga and the Frieza saga. It just started to dilute a little bit by the end. What was Zempic?
Window at the front of the building caught her eye. Soldiers from Steel Strike's army raced by. Probably a drill. Or maybe the reservists had stayed at the inn a touch too long and were now late for training. Someone's in trouble, Faerin sang under her breath before reaching to wriggle the block out of Molly's mouth once more. She winced as the child let out a wail.
Jesus, that kid, that Molly kid, is alive because they don't have glue in WoW. I'm sorry for the Molly child. But thank God WoW doesn't have glue, but has blocks instead. Carry on.
Before hurriedly reaching into the pocket of her trousers and pulling out a bundle. Wiping her brown eyes and sniffling, Molly peered at the hunk of honey loaf bread resting on Faerin's palm. It was a few days old, but still good. She'd stash her helping away instead of eating it. The second night in a row, Siegfried looked grim during dinner. The other children noticed and gathered round. Faerin set down the cloth for all of them to share. Warmth blossomed in her chest as the children's faces brightened while they snacked. She didn't even care about the crumbs falling from their faces, knowing she would soon be sweeping the entire first floor. It was more than worth it. "This is our secret, okay?" she said with a soft laugh, putting a finger to her lips. The children mirrored her action while giggling, as they often did. But as the mood brightened, the room began to grow dark. It happened slowly, the light fading as if the sun had slipped behind the clouds. After all these years, Faerin still remembered the sun, barely. Remembered its rising and setting, the falling of night.
Wait, do we know how old Faerin is? Because obviously she spent most of her life in Hallowfall, right? Do we know how old this empire, but the whole Hallowfall zone has been? Couldn't be more than 20 something years, right? I assume she's fairly young. We had full squares booked off in Latin America for the Super finale. For the Dragon Ball Super. Yeah, no, it's fine, buddy. Yeah, it's Dragon Ball died for me. She looks 2025. She sounds 2025. Like her VA sounds very, very young. But that doesn't matter. The way she sounds versus the way she actually is could be different.
The shadows in the room seemed to notice first, lengthening as if stretching after coming awake. They danced and twitched as the only source of light became the fire in the stove. And as the light faded, so did the chatter. All the children fell silent at once. That never happened unless they were asleep. Siegfried moved from the stove, ladle in hand. The sound of his steps was like thunder in the shivering quiet. Everyone just stay where you are, he called as he went to open the door and peer outside. Faerin gestured for the children to remain still, while she made her way over to the large window that faced the square. People stood in the lane, paused in their comings and goings, some with baskets or bags in their hands. There was even a wagon being drawn by an imperial lynx. Everyone stared in the same direction, Beladar's direction, their faces drawn in shock, disbelief, or terror.
Okay.
Faerin squinted and pressed forward against the glass, trying to see what they were all looking at. Faerin Lothar, get away from that window! Siegfried bellowed as he stormed across the room and started ushering children toward the cellar. Surprise jolted through Faerin. Even when scolding her, he didn't usually raise his voice. A protest parted her lips. I was only looking. But before the words left her, the window exploded in a shower of glass and wood and the shriek of metal. Screams filled the air as a paladin came crashing into the room. He hit the far wall,
A paladin?
then crumpled to the ground
How
in
did
a
I know it
heap,
was a paladin?
spear and shield falling uselessly from still hands. Massive grooves in his armor were coated red and slicked black with blood. Outside, a shriek, keening and inhuman, rose in victory, and Faerin's entire body went cold. Nerubians. Faerin! Siegfried shouted, hurrying the orphans below. They could hide in the cellar until the attack was over.
You got Matthew Mercer looking for the VA?
Bolt the entry and wait. But before Faerin could get to safety, a shadow fell across the room. A multi-limbed monstrosity loomed in the space where the window used to be. It reared up on its legs, bulbous body, a thing of nightmares, its mandibles clacking, its many eyes glinting with malice in the flickering light of the dying fire. Secure all entrances, find a weapon, locate a defensible position, and take cover. Faerin could hear Stillstrike's instructions for an attack driven into all the residents of Hallowfall. She ducked behind a table toppled onto its side, a hand pressed over her mouth to trap the whimper that threatened to escape. At the other end of the room, she could see a scramble of movement as Siegfried closed the door to the cellar, saving the children he could. There was no one else here but her, the monster, and the limp paladin. As the Nerubian stalked forward, Faerin shrank back, her heart pounding in her ears, fear surfing her nerves.
Ransom, thank you for the 5 months, buddy.
Near.
Groused a low voice.
What did he say?
clicking
Wait a
with
minute.
rumbling hit
Death draw.
her ears, fear surfing her nerves.
Death draws near.
Groused a low
We to
voice,
flame the one-winged
clicking with a
boomy.
rumbling hiss. The terror seeking into Faerin's stomach threatened to pull her to the floor. She could run, make a dash for the back stairway that would take her up to the bedrooms, find a cupboard or wardrobe to hide in, pray the door held until help came. A soft whimper snatched at Faerin's attention, her eyes wide. She wasn't the only one who noticed, the Nerubian turning toward the sound. There, crawling from beneath an overturned chair, was little Molly. The girl whined with the start of tears. Faerin knew that cry, had lamented hearing it more times than she could count. Poor girl didn't know to stay quiet, that she was drawing danger toward her. Faerin's mind raced as her heart wailed in her ears. There was no one else here. If the monsters had breached this far into Mereldar, the soldiers would be busy fighting. There was no one else she could call.
Wait, is this happening during the 11.15 Nightfall event? Is this how the Nightfall event essentially is explained in the game right now? I think people would have went for the belt. No, they went for like the 0.7% increase in damage that the horrific fishes gave. Bro, I don't know what to do with this rumor. What am I doing here? Let's dig. Excavate the dirt piles to locate the artifact. What dirt piles? Am I blind? Oh, there you go. Is this disturbed dirt? No. I just looked up that Faerin is voiced by Paris Blue. Don't know who that is, but there you have it. You can look that up. Paris Blue. Okay. Would I know her from anything else? I don't think so. Her voice doesn't sound familiar. No, she's just up and comer. Okay. Well, the piles appear usually.
And Beladar's light no longer shone bright enough to shield them from the perils in the dark. Nothing. No one. I'm here! Something inside Faerin protested angrily. She had promised Molly and the others she would look after them. Had insisted that the sacred flame would always show up for those who needed it most, like it did for the heroes in their stories. Like Crochet had shown up for her people, in the midst of war, in the midst of carnage. As long as there is someone to carry it forward, her torch will always burn in the night. Clenching her eyes shut, Faerin took a hard breath. The heat in her center intensified, burning away the fear that had frozen her. She pushed to her feet just as the Nerubian loomed over Molly, who had finally lifted her little face. Her dark eyes went wide with dread. A sudden resolve rose in Faerin like an inferno overtaking the night. The Nerubian reached for the girl. Faerin rushed forward. The howl in her throat burst forth. Her vision went bright as she flung herself between those outstretched claws and the child. The creature shrieked. She braced for pain. Nothing happened. She blinked her eyes open, and shock lodged itself in her throat. A dome of radiance shimmered around both her and Molly. The source? Her raised palm, now glowing gold.
Oh shit!
The Nerubian beat against the shield uselessly, but the light prevented the attack from landing. The monster screeched its frustration of a
She
meal
manifests
denied.
paladin powers now?
Its warbling cut short by the bladed end of a spear erupting from its chest. Thick ichor splattered across the floor and sizzled against the dome. The monster sending more tendrils flying as it scrabbled at the blade, slicing its appendages to ribbons. It clacked and clicked in its death throes, then crumpled with a wet thump. Standing over the body, braced against the other end of the spear, was the paladin who had come crashing through the window. His panted breaths rattled from behind his faceplate, his gaze fixed on Faerin. There was confusion in those eyes as he took in the scene, then slow understanding dawned, followed by the first of many impressed looks she would receive over the coming years.
That's a
Doing
shitty
that
foreshadowing.
on your own? He said, his voice low and pained. Faerin could only... You're doing that on your own? He said, his voice low and pained. Faerin could only nod, slowly lowering her hand. As she did, the dome and the light at her fingers faded. Molly whimpered where she had clutched at Faerin's leg. Incredible, the paladin said before a chorus of shouts drew his attention. He turned, hefting his weapon, only for his entire body to sag with relief. Forward! Cried a familiar voice. one Faerin often heard softly expressing disappointment in her studies. General Steelstrike, backed by a contingent of soldiers, swept forward in a methodical rush of blades and arrows. The Nerubians still in the streets fled shrieking into the darkness. All were felled. "Thank the flame," the paladin sighed, then removed his helmet. She recognized him. Ryton Blackholm. He was one of the younger members of the expedition, a talented fighter, and just as skilled at molding blades as wielding them.
But not more talented than Faerin, obviously.
Faerin didn't know every soldier who reported to the general, but she knew the ones who'd made names for themselves. He looked to Molly, then Faerin. "Are either of you injured?" Faerin managed to shake her head, but little Molly simply remained pressed against her. "Good," he said, sinking more as the soldiers' shouts drew nearer. Seeing him relax, the fist of fear around Faerin's heart began to loosen. She'd done it. She'd held fast against the monsters in the dark. "Faerin, right?" Ryton said, his voice a touch raspy. She nodded. It was no surprise he knew who she was. As the first and only child in the entire settlement, most were aware of her reputation for giving General Steelstrike no end of trouble. "You have heart," he continued. "And something more, it seems." Suffice it to say, neither Sigfred nor the general were thrilled to hear of Faerin's bravery, both insisting she was not adequately trained for combat and should have stuck to the protocol. But there could be no doubt that more than one life was spared that day due to Faerin's bravery. Because of this, and her blossoming skill in wielding the sacred flame, the general begrudgingly let her begin a proper warrior's training. In the ensuing months, as the orphanage was repaired, the shattered window replaced with fortified wood to form a wall, Faerin found herself spending less and less time there. She was set on a new path now, one that led her to where she stood today. Her mind continued to bounce from memory to memory, from her first day as a soldier in training, to the day Ryton fought by her side one last time, to the moment she swore the oath to become a lamplighter, to take the light with her into the dark, and now here, where she would ask to take the light farther. "Faerin, have you been waiting for me?" called a voice. For the second time today, she found herself caught off guard. Great Chiron stood a short distance off, their expression amused and curious but pinched with a touch of concern. Faerin bounded to her feet, nodding her respects. "Great Chiron, Sorry, I didn't mean... I'd hoped to speak with you if I may." "Of course." They gestured for her to follow them into the meeting space. It was sparsely decorated, mostly with maps pinned to the walls, each drawn and redrawn to depict enemy and troop movements, both the Lamplighters and the General's standing forces. Faerin had spent much time in this office, for good and not so good reasons. It pricked at something inside her that this might be the last time she and her commander would convene here. "Is everything all right?" Great Chiron asked, as they made their way around the desk to take a seat. "Yes. That is to say, nothing is wrong. Actively," Faerin began, then had to clear her throat when she felt her voice start to crack. She took a slow breath. Faerin was no stranger to fear. She had known and faced it many times, conquered it many more, but it always managed to rise again. An undefeatable enemy, an immortal foe. But while fear may have often spurred her into acting, it was faith that ever guided her. It would be no different now. "There is nothing wrong," she reaffirmed, "but I would like to put in a formal request. Anduin, Illyria, and the others will be returning to the surface soon. I would like to go with them. The look that crossed Chiron's face wasn't what Faerin expected. She braced herself for disappointment, perhaps some incredulity or even anger, though she'd never seen Great Chiron express either. Instead, what she saw was a slight furrow of understanding. I had a feeling this conversation was coming. Faerin couldn't keep her own surprise from dawning. You did? Oh yes, for some time now. Chiron bid Faerin sit, which she quickly did.
Okay, you're not being, I know what you're saying, Luther, but I don't think you're being really fair. I think they're writing Faerin fine. She's not a Mary Sue. She's not a girl boss, woman power type character. Obviously, she has flaws. She's, unless I'm misunderstanding the story, she's just developing her lamplighter powers, which I don't know why we call them that. What the fuck is that? Aren't they just paladins in the end? Maybe just different kind of paladins, just like how Taurens are different from the normal paladins. Isn't that what's going on? I think they're trying to differentiate holy power and flame power. Flame power. But I think it's fine. I think, you know, much better than the General Steel Strike and her daughter. They combine light and fire sort of thing, so not a pure paladin. That could be cool. That could be, you know, the, what is it? The Sun's Avatar or whatever. It could be an off-spec for paladin. Can be something else. I'd be down for that. Flame is at half power. I am half power. Okay, because my hand, yeah, I get it. The power of the light and flame comes from within, while holy Nauru power is different. Okay, fair enough. Well, all right.
Having witnessed you these past weeks rally to the defense of not just Hallowfall, but the whole of Kaz Algar, your request is not surprising. Faerin felt the familiar fist around her heart tighten, but the ache this time wasn't from fear. Serving my people as a lamplighter, under you, has been the greatest honor of my life. But, Great Chiron coaxed when the silence between them stretched. But there is something more I must do, she finished. I'm not entirely sure what that something is, but I know I have a duty to fulfill. Out there. It is a calling I heard even as a child. It's what drove me to leave my life, my family behind, and for a time, it bid me stay here. But now, it draws you elsewhere. They finished. Faerin lifted her chin, meeting Great Chiron's steady but not unkind gaze.
Was that her voicing Great Chiron?
Once more, and this time, Faerin felt she may drown in it. Now comes the disappointment, she thought. But Chiron merely regarded her before finally speaking into the quiet. Faerin, you have been one of our best. That will not change with your location. I have trained many lamplighters in my time, and I do not believe flattery serves any purpose but to dull a sharp blade. But I have seen your faith bring you this far. If what drew you across the world and into its depth now calls to you again, I believe you will be ill-advised not to answer. And while I have no idea where this path may lead you, one thing I am sure of is that you will be missed. The smile that pulled at Chiron's expression eased a tension in Faerin she hadn't realized she'd been holding. With its release, she felt the sting of tears. Immediately, she wanted to fight them back, to swallow the emotional response for the inappropriate display it may be. But the look on Great Chiron's face told her that wouldn't be necessary. Fitting. that one of the Empire's most prominent houses is poised to rise in a time such as this. Still, Hallowfall will be that much dimmer.
Wait a minute, what does he mean, prominent houses? Is he talking about House Lothar? Or am I crazy here? And I thought she wasn't... Okay, she's not Anduin's Lothar direct relative, but I guess she's part of the Lothar house? Is that what they're trying to say? I think so, right?
Lamented, bittersweet. Faerin blinked rapidly as she finally allowed the tears to fall in a mix of joy and sorrow. But the sacred flame burns ever on. Faerin was dismissed to make preparations, which meant the part in all this she was looking forward to the least. Saying goodbye. Most of her fellow lamplighters were easy to find at the inn, where Meredith said they would be. The whole way there, Faerin debated how she would break the news, whether she would take them aside one by one, or say her piece to all at once. In the end, she decided to simply get it over with, like setting a bone. After the words were out of her mouth, there was more silence and staring. Then raucous cheers went up. Everyone congratulated her, offering well wishes. A few playfully and teasingly groused their jealousies at not getting to go, and ultimately decided to drown their collective sorrows in blessed brew. And why not? Though their comrade would be missed, a great victory had been won, with allies from across all Khaz-Algar. If there was a time to allow for a little extra frivolity, now was it. Though there was a brief moment where Meredith pulled Faerin aside to murmur into the rim of her cup, "I knew it." Yes, Faerin sighed, amusedly put upon. "You did." Meredith aimed a finger at her. "I always do, and while I'm not happy about this for me, I am happy for you, and proud to say I know you and call you friend." Warmth blossomed in Faerin's chest, and she felt a wide smile break across her face. Then Meredith's arms were around her, tight and strong. "Thank you for your honest courage, and for everything else." Faerin returned the hug as firm as she could. Then it was time to let go. That night led to another day of goodbyes, amidst packing her meager belongings. She chose to face General Steelstrike next, who was quick to point this out as yet another incident in a long line of undesirable behavior. "Know that this stubborn refusal to heed protocol will likely lead you into other dangers. Dangers beyond my reach." It wasn't said with anger or the usual irritation the general held
Aw,
for
she's gonna
Faerin.
miss Faerin.
Not that you've needed me to save you much at all these days. The general eventually relented with a sag of her shoulders and a heavy breath. It was in that moment that Faerin got a glimpse of the woman beneath the warrior. The exhaustion that came with the weight of carrying the well-being of an entire community on your shoulders. "I've needed you from the beginning," Faerin offered from where she stood at attention on the other side of the large table. "I will no doubt need you again in the future. But no, I take your lessons with me. Your teaching and guidance have meant the world to me. I wanted that to be known." The two women regarded one another for a moment. Then, surprisingly, it was Steelstrike who broke first. She crossed the space between them and pulled Faerin into a hug so tight she felt lightheaded from it. Faerin returned the embrace, fingers
That's
clutching
sweet.
at the fabric draped over her former guardian's armor. The strength of the Orathi shine.
Why wouldn't she call her her mother? Like, what's the harm in it? Guardian. Who refers, if you have a guardian in your life that raises you from when you're a kid to when you're an adult, are you gonna call that, hello, my guardian? You are my guardian. Guardian, am I allowed to go outside and play with my kid friends? Guardian, can I go on this cool field trip? Bro, just, that's such an unrealistic way of, alright. Okay. Alright. I've grown up with my stepfather, but I don't call him father, I call him by name. Yeah, but that's, you know, whenever the thing is, whenever Faerin narrates the story, she narrates it from her own POV. So in her mind, she considers Steelstrike as guardian, not like a parental figure, not as Meredith or whatever her name is, not like I don't want to say mom. She doesn't have to call her mom, but if in her mind she thinks of Steelstrike is my guardian, I don't know. That just feels like an unrealistic human interaction. Maybe I'm just crazy. I don't know. Am I crazy? Outside of what I'm saying. Actually, regarding what I'm saying. Don't answer that. I don't want to know, actually. But Jones just plays Destiny after all. That's a Destiny thing. You don't get the light. Yeah, it's not for me, bro. I don't know. It's beyond my generation.
New. Steelstrike murmured before drawing back to discreetly swipe beneath one eye. Then she straightened and nodded. Go forth and show the world. Faerin's next goodbye took her to the stables, where a huge lynx lazed in the doorway, chewing noisily on a dented-in child's ball the orphans had either lost track of.
Jesus Christ! Chewing on a child's ball. That ball word could not have come any quicker. Holy shit.
Or had thrown to the big cats in an attempt to get them to play. Stepping past the creature, which barely flicked an ear in her direction while it continued to chew, she made her way to a pen in the back, calling in sing-song as she went. Blaze Claw! Ryton's lynx lifted her head from where she'd been lazing about. The great cat, more than used to Faerin's comings and goings by now, began to rumble loudly with a purr as the lamplighter lowered herself to scratch and rub everywhere she could on the creature. Who's a good girl? That's you, yes. Yes, you are. Despite her presented aversion to cats, Faerin had come to rather enjoy the great beasts. They were intuitive in a way most people were not. I hope you'll understand and forgive me, Faerin said softly. When I don't return those first few days, or weeks, I hope you know that I haven't abandoned you, or that I wasn't taken. Her fingers clutched at a patch of fur.
Bro, what the fuck? How is her goodbye with the cat more emotional than with her guardian? Am I crazy? Isn't the goodbye with the cat more emotional than with her guardian? Than with General Steelstrike? Or do I just care about the animal more than the actual general? Is the cat of a girl? What is... Just gonna say, one of my friends from school used to call my mother guardian. He was in foster care. My mom allowed him to stay with us, but he used it out of respect. He didn't feel comfortable calling her mom or mother or anything like her name. Alright, that's fair. That's fair, I suppose. You are not crazy. She is. No, come on, man. Be fair here. Come on. Stop trolling. Surely Faerin has a more militaristic and respect-driven relationship with their guardian. That just doesn't sound like a realistic. No, I'm sorry. That's not true. I don't think that's true. That doesn't sound human. That doesn't sound not human as in human the WoW race. If you want to portray an emotional relationship. Don't make me feel worse for her departing with a cat than with her, you know, stepmom. She's gonna need a mouth other than Anduin. I don't know. From all of these stories, she sounds like a child, though. I don't know, man. If that's their intent, then she's written very well. The way she thinks of things, the way she talks, she just sounds like a teenager. Or maybe like a very, very, very young 20-year-old.
The lynx rumbled a complaint.
Yeah, the section is drawn out a little bit much. I'm not a fan of the story so far.
That made her loosen her hold. Instead, she wrapped her arm around Blazeclaw's neck and buried her face in her fur. I pray you are comforted. That someone still brings you fresh caught fish and spring grasses. She felt the sting of tears again, but did not cry. No. She had one more goodbye to get through after this one, and she would need all of her tears for then. So she straightened her back against the wood of the stall, the cat's head resting in her lap, while she scratched between its ears. After an hour or so of more petting and scratching, and at least 3 helpings of treats, Faerin lifted the strap of her pack and slung it over her shoulder to make the slow trek to the grounds of the priory, where she kept her head bowed and only acknowledged those who
to her
greeted
friend's
her
grave?
first. The whole of her felt dragged down, as if her legs were made of lead, and a stone had fallen into her stomach. She trod along the paths that just days before had been overrun with misery and shadow, ascended Nerubians striking from the dark. The Harbinger had taken the most holy seat of power, and Faerin, along with Illyria, Anduin, and many other champions from the old world, had battled to drive out those last vestiges of the Void's influence. Illyria and her people were blessed to be given back a dear friend once lost. Anduin had finally taken to hear what Faerin had been telling him all along, that the sacred flame does not abandon those who need it. And yet, walking down this familiar path, she felt a twinge of bitterness. It was human, as the saying goes, to feel such things, to know the pain of loss and sorrow as keenly as one would the pain of a knife. But it was not the way of the Arathi, the Lamplighters, to wallow in those feelings. Acknowledge them, yes, but find the courage and strength to move ever forward. Illyria's friend, Khadgar, had been restored, and for not the first time Faerin found herself wondering, why not her friends? Why not Ryton or Andari or Morley's parents, or any of the numerous others stolen despite the best efforts of her and the other Lamplighters? She shoved these thoughts aside when she reached her destination, a rise of rock near the bridge to the Dayspring fields. Faerin stood, staring out at the view, listening to the groan of the water wheel behind her, watching the airships drift overhead. This had been one of her and Andari's favorite sports. They'd come here for brief moments of respite, to play round after round of Light's Gambit, or sit and talk not as Lamplighters or soldiers, but friends.
I don't know. Oh, am I nitpicky again? I feel like the VA is trying way too hard to put emotion into every line. It feels forced. Is that just me?
In this moment, knowing it might be the last she'd ever set foot here, Faerin felt Andari's presence as if they stood beside her. She tightened her grip on a pair of recently carved and painted Light's Gambit pieces. And the tears she'd mostly managed to tamp down for days flowed free. "I'd give anything for you to be here," Faerin whimpered into the wind, her head bowed and her arm wrapped tightly around her middle. Her palm ached where her hand fisted around the pieces, wood digging into flesh. "Part of me knows you'd pack my bag and send me off yourself if you were. Maybe even come with me. Maybe I would even ask you." A faint laugh escaped her, and she stepped forward to kneel in the grass, reaching to set the pieces there. Her fingers brushed the earth, and she thought again of all they'd shared, the time they spent together, their sacrifice, their bravery. "I carry you with me always," Faerin whispered. "Your memory a light unto my feet. Watch over them for me. Protect them where I can't. Flame, keep your spirit." Her vision blurry, she pushed herself up onto trembling legs and turned. Each step felt heavier than the last in some ways, and yet lighter in others. This was it. While she knew this was what she was meant to do, and the process had been smoother than she'd expected, it brought into sharp relief the pain of what she was leaving behind. She missed Ryton, who would know what to say or do to assure her.
What honor Wicor is under his nameplate? It's Muse Professional Knowledge. Let me double check. This one, you mean, yeah? Give me a second. Muse Knowledge Points Tracker. This is the one.
She missed Andari, who would have helped her process everything over a game of Light's Gambit. Knowing the path was one thing, walking it another, and walking it alone. She had often wondered if Queen Crochet had missed the people she left behind when she embarked on her journey to safeguard the world, knowing she may never return. When she bathed in the fiery waters and everything she'd been before burned away. Of course she did, Siegfried had assured her one night when she posed the question to him, having spent the better part of days pondering over the parallels between that story and her own. The man then frowned a little. But sacrifice is not an aspiration. It is an acceptance. Crochet still fought to live, and she lived fully in honor of those who fell before her.
That's actually cool. I want to point this out. The line, sacrifice is not an aspiration, but shit, what did he say? An acceptance? That's cool. Because it puts the whole thing into perspective. Some people use sacrifice and martyrdom too liberally. Yeah.
Faerin, many people draw inspiration from the legends at their end, but I challenge you to draw from the legends as they began. And as Crochet had begun her legend full of hope and determination, so Faerin felt the same burn within her. And with that flame, she could take each step farther and farther from her and Andari's special place, from memories of Ryton, the Lamplighters, from the stable and Blazeclaw, from General Steelstrike, from the orphanage and the children there, and Siegfried too, whom she couldn't say goodbye to. Not really. With any luck, the little ones would think of her and know she was off on a grand adventure, like the one she read to them about. And who knows? With time, Perhaps she could bring them back new stories of her own. The journey to Donegal was one she'd made before, only this time it felt different. Maybe the sky seemed clearer without the surety that she would be returning to a home underground. Perhaps the air felt crisper, now that she knew she would leave these familiar lands and their ways for new places. Whatever the case, it caused her to quicken her step as she approached the gathered number, who would be making the trek via portal to the old world. Excitement thrummed in her veins, burning similarly yet so very different from the light, which also hummed eagerly within her. She spotted Anduin amidst the throng and approached him, and a smile pulled wide at her face when she caught sight of the grin he wore. He seemed brighter, less heavy in a way she knew but could not name. "Faerin," he called. "I was beginning to worry if I changed my mind about leaving behind my oath, my friends, everything I've known for adventure in a wide new world?" she asked, arching an eyebrow in what she hoped was only slightly accusatory. The way his expression flattened sent delight rolling through her. She laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. "Easy. I'm still going, with the blessings of everyone I care for and gratitude for all they taught me." The relief that washed over Anduin was equally amusing. "It's only that I would understand if you had, that is, changed your mind. I say this while realizing I'm only just now returning from my own adventure into the world." "And was it what you needed?" Faerin asked.
Is that supposed to be Anduin being too shy and flustered to talk to Faerin? As a sign of what, discomfort that he likes her, or
a touch of doubt creeping in just so. "This adventure, I mean, did you find what you were after?" There was a pause as the man frowned, dropped his gaze briefly, then returned it to her as his smile softened. "I have." "Faerin!" Jaina Proudmoore came to stand next to Anduin, peering at him and then at her. "Good to see you. Anduin was worried you wouldn't make it in time." "Is that so?" Faerin asked, smirking as the king seemed to lose his tongue a moment. Anduin cleared his throat. I was just concerned you would have to go through the portal on your own. I wasn't sure if you've traveled by magic before, and it can be disorienting at best your first time. I didn't want you to have to experience something like that alone." Jaina smirked but said nothing, letting a knowing look do all the talking for her. "In either case, I'm glad you're here, and that you've given him a taste of his own medicine." "Pardon?" Anduin asked, recovering from his brief fluster. "Now you know what it's like to look after a headstrong noble, prone to doing what they want rather than what they've been counseled." He huffed faintly. "And what's that supposed to mean?" "You know very well what it means, Jarek." The bit of color that crawled up the king's neck didn't go unnoticed, but it went unremarked upon as Jaina mercifully changed the subject. "Faerin, you should know, it took some convincing for Danath to agree to this. There is a lot going on back home he'll have to see to almost immediately. Same for us. But know that you will still be in the best of hands, and we will be there should you have need of anything." Faerin nodded, her smile still in place from her previous humor. She had to admit she was disappointed that it wouldn't be Anduin showing her more of the old world, having been the one who shared the most about it. But she understood that he had duties to see to, what with his return and the Harbinger's whereabouts unknown. Offering thanks as Jaina moved on, Faerin turned her attention to Anduin. Her smile eased a touch higher at one corner. "Jarek?" He coughed into a fist.
who's Jarek? Putting emotion to speech lines is good, yep, but pure narrative lines should be read neutrally, yep, yeah, that was my thought on it. Jarek was Anduin's name when he was hiding from everyone. Oh, really? Then I found him once in an inn where he used that name. Oh shit, is this like a stay a while and listen thing? I thought I did all of the quests, I don't remember that part. What up, ACD? What I don't, is that this one? This is Craft Sim. If you plan on crafting more than once every few weeks, I super recommend it. This type of stuff should be baked into the basic UI. Earlier story in a book? Oh, okay. Jarek. Okay. The journey after Shadowlands? But if Faerin knows the name, why did Faerin use the name? She knows him as Anduin, right? Why would she use the name Jarek? How would she know the name if he wouldn't have told her? Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Oh, okay.
As the faint splash of red reached his cheeks, he turned, glancing every which way except Faerin's. It was endearing. That's a story for another time, I think. We're set to leave any moment now. Where is Danath? As if summoned by the mention of his name, Danath Trollbane emerged from the gathered number. An old king and soldier, battle-worn and ready. He dipped in reverence to Anduin, who quickly returned the bow, then angled around to Faerin. Danath offered a hand, and Faerin took it. You must be Lamplighter Lothar. It's an honor. Likewise. She stole a last look at Anduin, who seemed to have recovered well enough. I hope the old world lives up to your expectations, Danath said. In truth, I don't know what to expect, Faerin admitted. The old world was unknown to her, full of new wonders and dangers alike, but Queen Crochet's story still echoed in her heart, and that pull at her center settled any and all doubt. The calling that she would answer, same as her ancestor had done. What she didn't know, the sacred flame would guide her through, so she squared her shoulders and lifted her chin. But I am eager to find out. An intriguing development. I hope you'll join me and my new comrades in World of Warcraft, the war within. Until then, be strong, my friend.
Okay, well, it wasn't as bad as people made it sound. It's fine. It's not my cup of tea type story. This is the type of story where I really cannot relate at all with Faerin. I didn't get the sense of girl boss thing. It's just this. It's just this. I think it's a good side story into her character. I don't necessarily think there's anything bad with it. It's just not a story for me. I just realized listening to it, and I'm sure a lot of probably WoW players feel that way. Obviously, what's the like ratio right now? Let's see.
Greetings,
How did
champion.
it turn on? Did it improve at all?
My name is Faerin Lothar.
Not really. Yeah, this was the news story. Yeah, it's supposedly tying the 1117 Arathor campaign into the game, right? What's your raid progress? I don't raid anymore, man. That was an outro. That was the voice actress for Faerin. Yeah, see, you cannot tell. That's the problem. She voices Faerin fine, but I don't think she has a lot of experience or skill in voicing a short story. Her intonation and choices of emotions being used during certain lines makes it very hard to tell when she's the narrator, when she's Faerin, when she's another character, when she actually feels emotions or she's just recalling things. That was the part that I personally had gripes with. But that's fine. She seems very young. Maybe she's new. She needs more experience. Maybe this is her break-in. I guess I wouldn't expect new voice actors with not a lot of experience and particular skill in certain things to be employed by the biggest company, biggest gaming company in the world, or one of the biggest, let's say. That seems to be a standard of Blizzard. So, what are you gonna do? Oh, the Twitch crash? Did it? Oh yes, holy shit. It's back? It's still buffering for me. This is where you see the difference between Twitch and YouTube, I suppose. Okay, so in terms of storytelling, it feels... I think it's just okay. The narrative skill is a little bit mediocre. I don't know. I'm not hoping for like a Bryan Sanderson novel or anything like that. But I'm expecting a little bit more polish. Comparing this to the which maybe is not a fair comparison, but I honestly don't really care if it's fair or not. It's within the same game and company. Comparing this to the Thrall and Jaina short stories, it's like leagues below. Well, I guess, you know, it is what it is. But overall, I don't know if it deserves its dislike ratio, but I think the dislike ratio is exactly what we've been talking about, is how this new version of WoW just doesn't resonate with a lot of people. Because it's not the WoW that we like. It's a softer, whinier, cringier version of WoW. And whenever this comes out, whether it's in a short story, whether it's in a mount, whether it's in a transmog in the trading post, people obviously have that reaction. Apparently there's enough people that still like it, or maybe it's just politically safe to design it this way. To me, it's just boring and weak in terms of storytelling, game design, and so on and so forth. But then again, it's still WoW. We love WoW, and here we are. I like voice stories. I'd rather have more than less, but I would like a story that's also meant for me, not just this. The short stories with Thrall and Jaina were cool, but also felt weak in terms of delivering what I normally hope and expect to receive from a WoW story, to be fair. Either it's a lack of experience or the story was just written in a way that made it difficult to narrate it properly. Yeah, not like I don't know, since the voice actor for Faerin is like on her third gig, at least publicly on IMDb. I don't know. Wait, this is not what I want. But it's clear that she doesn't have a lot of experience narrating short stories. I don't think you should build this experience in one of the biggest games on the planet. That just, that's poor people's skill management, I guess. Yeah, it was way longer than the other one, but it's way less production value as well. It's only one actress, right? It's only one voice actor, as opposed to the Thrall and Jaina one, which I think are voiced by the actual characters. That has like 5 main characters there or something. Wait, is it dual music? Yeah, no, I have to stop one. Yeah, my bad. Okay, it should be better now, right? Good party game, not a very good narrative game. Yeah, that's very true. It doesn't have to be a good narrative game, although it used to be. But yeah, I think the horse has been beaten up way too much. The horse corpse, really. I think we all know what we're talking about when we say that WoW has changed. Most WoW players don't like it, and there's not enough new age players that would appreciate its softer, lighthearted, goofier, female-centric version. I don't think there's enough of them to warrant this shift in story. So we're doing this. Not even 7-6. Can do 7. In case I proc some things. That's my opinion. If you guys like it, that's awesome. I would actually like to hear your guys' opinion on the short story and all of this stuff that we've talked about when it comes to WoW. Because I know there are people who like this version of WoW, and outside of this, I just like how it looks. I haven't really heard a really good, solid opinion with proper arguments that can justify why the game is better this way and not the way before. I just said the story is for 13-year-olds. Yeah, no, so like I said, she's really good at voicing her character. When she has to portray emotions, she's very good. She's a very good voice actress. She convinced me when she was talking about her past friend. I think that's what that was. When she was saying the goodbyes while actually voicing the dialogue that Faerin had. That was very good. It felt like her emotions were forced on parts of the short story that didn't warrant it. Like recollections. It's another thing to when you recollect memories, I don't think you recollect them emotionally. Unless you're legit trying to relive those memories in your heart. So it just didn't feel real. It felt forced for me. But maybe I'm a robot came from outer space to fuck with people. That's also true. So don't listen to me. The challenge, yeah, I think so. So just getting some stuff ready. I do kind of feel like doing some dungeons, to be honest. The story was kind of, yeah, that's fine, but that's fine. Listen, that's perfectly fine. We can have the beauty of WoW is that we can have those types of stories, but we can also have the gritty, darker, grimmer, more pragmatic, more mature type stories as well. The problem is we don't have the other ones. We just have this. That's usually my main concern or main gripe. It's a good written story for something. It's not a good written story for me. It's not a good written story for the direction of the main story for WoW. I think it's a good side story. If they would be telling us that, and I don't know. It's fine. it feels like I'm trying to criticize it for the purpose of criticizing it, and I don't want to do that. It's alright. 11 on the pally, can drop it if you're on a real challenge. I don't mind it, but the thing is, with these challenges, unfortunately, whether we like to admit it or not, I'm kind of at the mercy of you guys, because it's close to impossible for me to do mechanics at the moment anyway, not without a lot of practice. Oh, I can craft more? Yes. Oh my god, I didn't prog my thing. No, dude. Well, next time. Yeah, so I have to rely on you guys doing most of the kicks, doing most of the CCs and all of that stuff. If people are fine with that, then I can play, because otherwise I wouldn't pug like this. I wouldn't put this on the pugs. Sell these. I don't agree. Wait, did I miss a lot more? That's how you notice I put my son to do this against the F with my head. That's a good way to characterize, yeah. Sorry, not my hard stuff, but we have done an exhausting casting. No, I don't think they did, no. I don't agree. Reality on a peaceful, really on a peaceful Warcraft, but evolving WoW, now we have peace. I do expect conflict after, but it has to be conflict with something else. We already kind of had it, I guess. So I get a stuff, but then it becomes, oh, they are just not doing anything anymore. Okay, so the fair take about this is that as far as World of Peacecraft is concerned, it makes sense for it to not always be war. It makes sense for the factions to kind of drop a little bit of their animosity, because even if we stay at war, every 5 years there comes another thread that bands us together. So at one point it's pointless. The thing is, if it keeps that way, it just becomes boring. It's a boring way to tell a story. Because that's just how it is. When the stakes are like world-ending stakes, you cannot tell a more relatable, down-to-earth story, because it will never feel interesting enough. So I don't know where this goes. The TV vibes, since you're at work, there you go. Am I joining for the shits and giggles? Hell yeah. Alright, let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then we can do a dungeon or two. Holy shit. Alright, I need to turn off the thing. There you go. Oh. I mean, Warcraft was more edgy, grim, dark like Warcraft 3, and more grounded in the Cosmic Titan. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Cosmic Craft. Oh my god, so much lighter. Woo! Alright, I think I did my warrior, right? Okay. I would want at one point to do my mage, but I think I'll leave that for last if we ever get to it. I really want to play rogue. Can I play rogue? Let's do rogue next. Let's see if Matt wants to join. He usually likes to do dungeons. Summoned him. Nice. For the controller port add-on, might be able to play. Might be able to play if both hands. Are you trying to say with both hands? Yeah, I could probably play WoW with both hands. That is true. It's probably very accurate. Yes. Bro, I'm fucking hungry. I love an Assassination Rogue, one of the funnest specs I've tried this expansion. Bro, Outlaw, Subtlety right now is actually my favorite alt. Give me a second. I will need to... Oof. I need to set up keybinds. Edit mode. Quick keybinds, character specific. Alright, so we have backstab, shadow strike. I'm not gonna use shiv almost at all, but I will use shuriken storm. And then I will have the finishers. I think I have to keep it as a mage. I'm not gonna use Black Potter at all, I don't think. And then I have Shadow Dance, Flagellation, Shadow Blades, Feint, and Cloak, and I'll keep Kick. Do I use Stealth? No, I can just click on Stealth, I think. Okay. I need to disable ATT when I'm not mog farming, because it's a little bit distracting. 4.41 millimeter survival, that's nice. Yeah, that's pretty good, yeah. 4.4 is pretty good, yeah. Atari joysticks. Get an analog stick that you can operate with a back door or movement. Oh, you mean with my butthole? Just say butthole, man. You're not gonna suggest something so spicy and get away without saying butthole. Say butthole, Patrick. Don't try to play it off like you're better than that. Say butthole, motherfucker. Okay. What's the situation with my rogue? Fuck. Can I get... I cannot craft anything just yet. I need so many more crests. I have an 8 Motherlode. I don't mind if we do an 8. On a 10 it will be very difficult for me to perform, but I'll make a group. We got Percy, Arja, and Matt in, and I think that leaves a spot. Probably... Oh, that's not Percy, that's Patrick. Percy's not online in the game. Have you thought of your main for next season already? I thought about it. I don't know. I kind of want it to be at, if nothing changes. Auctions expired. What's this? Oh, right. Right. I remember. If nothing changes, it's going right now. I think it's between mage, still monk, and rogue. At the moment, warrior. I only really like. I'll make Arja the lead. With warrior, I only really like prot at the moment. With druid, I can only really play balance. And I don't really want to play balance in raids. What else would be main contenders? I was thinking of getting back into Hunter as well, but I don't know. I don't think I probably really enjoy playing Hunter. I don't think I would enjoy playing it more than Rogue or Windwalker. Do I get lead because I'm tank? Yes, that's part of it, Arja. 110,000%. Also, I kind of don't want the responsibility. What is this? That's big rat. Wait, is Percy playing a red paladin? Get the fuck! It's Kultiran, isn't it? No, it's human. Holy shit. Get the fuck out! I don't believe it. I live to see the day he ate his own fucking words of trashing Paladin, and now he's playing one. Unbelievable. Congratulations, Percy. Welcome, welcome. Red Paladin is, oddly enough, kind of fun. Hope you're gonna enjoy your journey and also eat it, bro. Chomp on an onion. Chomp, chomp. Can't beat him, join him. True. Thank you for being you, Flame. Oh, what do you... Oh, you're welcome. What do you mean? What does me being me mean? I got 2 of these sold per day. Oh, I'm vendoring this shit. Vendoring that too. I saw Broke hard to play. Probably not as much as it used to be. I don't think. Do I have a tabard on? I do. It's hearsay. Is that how you use that word? Hearsay? It's hearsay? Oh shit, that's... I just sell this. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. What? How geared is Percy? Oh, Percy's... Oh, okay, we're not doing sense. That's fine. We can chill in some mates. I need a cool sub-rogue. Oh, my old rogue transmog. Let's see, can I do something better? This is my wannabe Assassin's Creed. But not really, because there's no white cloak. Oh, this is cool. Didn't I make one at one point? Oh, the wait a minute, the ethereal looking one. I have a lot of outlaw transmogs for some reason. Need this. Ethereal. I'll want to like farm Nerubar Palace at one point for the full ethereal experience. Because currently it's a little bit Koreshi. Oh, wait. Is it? Okay. Koreshi. Okay. And now we can just... Do I have like bandaged style belts? I guess this is as close as it gets. Maybe there's one better. It's important to look good while doing mediocre damage. Yeah, baby. Yeah, cloaks on undead don't look that great. This is what we're doing. Oh, because this is a... Oh, this is a dagger. Why am I not mogging it into my... Legion artifacts? There you go. Perfect. Oh, we have a healer. What was my dungeon? Motherloads. Am I doing Motherload again? Did I do Motherload with this guy before? I quite like the anniversary set. I think you could make a cool set with some other pieces. Maybe. I never thought that the anniversary looks good by just breaking it down. I think it just looks great as a set. Maybe. The thing is, there's not a lot of stuff that look good on Undead, unfortunately. There's a very specific style of transmog that... Bro, I think I disabled the fucking enchant like 7 times. There's a very specific style of transmog that works on undeads, and it's usually rough, rugged patches, stuff like that. I didn't even practice my rotation. Fuck. Right. I cannot jump. It's fine. We talked about this before. I can just take it slow. Plus, last time you pulled a peacemaker anyway. Yeah, that heritage. Yeah, but it just feels so busy. That's so much shit going for it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bro, how? I'm on star. Uh-oh. Shit, what was the buttons again? Nope. I'm dead. I got stunned. Yeah, I cannot CC, guys. I'm a one-handed handicapped gamer. So this should be Shadowlands, I think. Wait, why am I out of combat? Why did I get out of combat? My God. Oh my God, this is gonna be... This feels very difficult already. Why do we keep pulling this guy? Every time we do this, why do we keep pulling? This is such a bad pull. Why? Why am I dying? Oh, I have aggro? What do I have aggro on? I'm taking damage from something. I have aggro on something. Oh, on the dudes? Also, I cannot go out of poison and back into poison again. Alright. I'm just gonna shut up. I'm gonna be here in the back. Just looking pretty. Why am I still in combat? Or am I crazy? My UI must be fucked up. My God, this is so terrible. I cannot. Fuck. I don't know if these keybinds are good. To get used to this. I'm in combat for some reason. No, I'm not. No, it's just my UI that's bugged. Did you fake your death, Flame? Did I? Right. Oh my god, I fucked it up. All right, this is looking good so far. Still on the control, keep Flame struggling. God damn it. All right, this is only an 8. I'm so glad we're not doing a 10. We're gonna do a slash reload. Yeah, see, this is what I've been talking about, since it's so hard for me to do bombs and any kind of mechanics. I can't help but feel that this wipe could have been prevented if I could reliably click foot bombs. Is the priest not in chat? Where am I? Oh, there you go. All right. I'm ready. Let's go. Where are we waiting? Cannot click. Why can I not do the thing? Bombs. That's 4 or 5. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, why can't I get out in time? Whoa. Oh. shit! Fuck! It's gonna be a trip. If some idiot argue against one rotation, I'm gonna it's needed. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting how the one button rotation will play out. Ugh. Oh, I just instantly got out of stealth. Beautiful. Yeah, that fucked up my entire fucking thing, bro. Bro. How did I get hit? There's no way I got hit. For some reason. Oh my god, this is so difficult with a constant movement. Fucking hate this dungeon. I need to avoid this fucking dungeon. The time. Oh, are you mentally prepared for people making jokes about your arm and one button rotation for another 4 or so weeks? Oh, it's fine. I don't care about that. That's funny. If anything, I hope you guys do. Bro, I kicked! What the fuck? I fucking kicked! Ah, fuck, dude. No, I was too greedy. Oh. I'm testing, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Well, I'm thinking it was funny the first, and I was just mad. Yeah, it's you know, because everybody's doing it. That's fine, right? That's what I mean. That it doesn't get old. Why did I get out of stealth? Oh, he charged me while I was on the mount. Never mind. I think I'll just have to stay on the boss here.
A willing sacrifice has been.
No, I fucked it up, bro. I should still do it on the boss, I think.
My emissary brings you power.
I can't. Oh my god. We lost the healer. Nope. Maybe I was too ambitious on the rogue. No, the thing is, I did kick, but mouse over. No, I didn't have mouse over, because then why did the... Oh yeah, he left. Alright. I'm changing characters. This is not working. I cannot help with a rogue. Yeah, it's hard. And I cannot help with mechanics. I cannot help with kicks, and I died for both. I don't know which ones I can play. Unless we just do like a smaller key where it doesn't matter. We can try it on a 7, but
When shadow falls, lamplight is rise.
is this any good here? No. Maybe I just need to practice a little bit on the training dummy. I think oh no, I did feral last turn. No, not balance. No, feral. Target swapping is terrible. Like, this is the worst thing that I could do. Like, if I get the chance to do my rotation properly, sub does so much damage. Okay. You have to stay on rogue. Well, the challenge is to get it on all of them, right? And just lower the key. I'll just make the group for the +7. Oh, can you make the group for the +7? Mother loads, please. Is there any way I can bind more stuff? Like, in a few weeks, I might be able to use my hand to add a modifier to my keybinds. I still won't be able to move unless I use my mouse for directions. Just BR back, but she's also the leader. It's that's okay. We are in need of either a tank or a healer. On the range of a healer, I don't know how to join you. Ah, it's US is US, bro. Right, we have our group open. Since the timer got fucked, I need to move manually. There was something that I wanted to track extra with subtlety. I think it's premeditation. And I think I put it up at one point. Caustic spatter. It has to be this. Duplicate. Remed. Trigger. Buff on myself. Premeditation. Did I type it right? Make sure it loads. If it works. Yes. Sweet. Perfect. And there was one more thing. It was this thing, flawless form. Increases the damage of your finishing moves. This, but I'm not playing black powder anyway. That's fine. I don't need it at the moment. I'll back up. Oh my god, we're finally in front of the portal. know if it's reset. I guess it wouldn't be, right? Like dismount. This should reset it, right? Yep, nice. So does actually have quite a few buttons to set up the burst, didn't think about that. It's not as bad. It helps that I can macro my Shadow Dance with my symbols of death, so that's one button off. That I can macro my secret technique with Cold Blood, that's another button off. And even with that, I don't have Shiv bound, I don't have Black Powder bound, and I don't have Evasion bound. I don't have Crimson Vial bound, Stealth, Sprint, Vanish, none of that. Shadow Step, none of that. No, definitely no CC. There's not enough buttons. Yeah, I have Flagellation too, yeah. You have to have Flagellation bound. I tried Outlaw again and guess who has a new main finally. Oh, you do? Shit, man! Well, good for you, brother. There you go. Okay, so the rotation is backstab into flagellation. Backstab, flagellation, rupture. Shadow Dance, Shadow Blades, backstab, normally secret technique. Can you open up the group again, please, if possible, or do we have somebody in? Oh, Joe is coming? Alright, cool. Another alt that I wanted to play was Mistweaver Monk. And oddly enough, Augmentation Evoker. Something about Augmentation is making me slightly curious. Oh, the exquisite transmog. One said Andy, but we forgive Matt because he thinks dwarves are a bad race. At least he can click on a set to fully transmog himself. Yeah. Hell, dwarfs. Do you have that macroed, bro? You have to have that macroed by now. Yeah, he's trying to say something bad about my set, but he knows it looks really good. Yeah, say something about my mog, motherfucker. Yeah, say something about my mog. Little Timmy. To be fair, I'm as thick as his hand. Look at this shit. So, it's not okay. But I fit into places, like between the kidneys. And between the hamstrings. And the arteries. I don't know why I expected you to be a Kultiran though, for some reason. Because you normally play big dudes. But the title is nice. Just read the title and came in to comment. All of the characters have some Moby emotional story. Do you mean Moppy? Emotional story where they or Moby. I don't know what Moby is. Where they're down and out and friendship saves the day. It's a tired trope. That's I don't think all of them do, but it is a tired trope. I do agree. And when it's played out, it feels like it's already old. At least Sylvanas was a badass in BFA and Shadowlands. Give me BOD Jaina. Give me old school Thrall and Arthur, something with teeth and aggression. Yeah, it's you know, it is what it is, man. I don't think there's another race that I would rather be as a rogue. Oh, but no, this is a Vulpera. This is not a goblin. Is it? Yeah, this is a shitty Vulpera. This is a gnome. I need a goblin. This is a mecha gnome. Bro, give me a goblin. No, another Vulpera. Goblin, bro. Am I a Worgen? Zandalari. Oh, this is female blood elf. This is actually cool. Look at the animation, bro. This is cool. Is female blood elf the only one that does this? This is so terrible. This is so bad. Oh, I want Goblin. Goblin is the only one. Goblin or my undead. No, no, don't put fur. Nightborn or Troll. Lightforge Draenei. I swear to God, whenever I want a particular race, it never rolls that race, man. It rolls everything like 5 times before it rolls that race once. Goblin, bro, it's the Undermine patch. How are you not giving me Goblin? T21ga. This is just a regular, another type of dwarf. Ugh, Tauren. Ugh. Pandaren. Ugh. Tauren again. That's the 4th time I got Tauren. 2nd time I got Mechanome. 7th time I got whatever the fuck this is. Female Pandaren. 3rd time with... Again Mechanome! Again Mechanome! Bro, this game is tripping! Give me fucking Goblin, dude! Fuck this. You know, for the first one is... What was a Goblin out of... No, it wasn't. Unless they changed the walk animation of Goblin. Because it was supposed to be a different kind of animation. You pulled a patrol. Didn't you? Yeah... Bro, why are we doing this again? No, I don't have abilities to help. No. Where are we failing basic mechanics? Oh. I don't know what to do anymore, bro. I even kicked. I think I'll just press sprint. I should be faster than them on mount if I sprint. That's okay, that's okay. I got this, I got this, I got this. I fucked it up.
My emissary brings you power.
I did it with my back, boys and gals.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Oh, it didn't, alright. And the affix didn't, die. Ah, we did it. Did it! I don't think there's a point in me stealthing. Oh no, I did it. No! Kick! Oh. Clicking on stealth and sprint like a good little rogue. Climb up! I cannot climb up! Stealth is gone. Yeah, that was my shadow dance. Fuck me. That's fucking bullshit. Oh my god! Oh, I fucked it up. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. You see, I'm pressing backstab when I'm at full combo points. That's so painful. Okay, I have to stay on the boss here. Yeah, I figured. No!
How
Where's the
come
boss?
this is a 7 and 20 minutes ago I saw an 8? What happened?
Saw an 8. I don't know what an 8 is. Oh, the key you mean? Yeah, that died. Don't worry. Ah. Oh, I remember. I've done this with Feral. That's why this is familiar to me. Isn't the arm the perfect handicap for one button content? Yes, it is. But we don't have the one button content yet. It's next week. I'm gonna be on the Alchemist because Mind. Oh. I cannot. We need to. You need to figure out a way to not keep these in between swirlies. The dancing between swirlies is very hard to manage. There's definitely ways you can tank these, because I see you do it almost all the time. I'm only saying it because it's not the first time. Ideally, everybody should be stacked in melee too, but people aren't, so that sucks. But cannot really help with that.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Stealth. No, I did rupture. I shouldn't have done rupture. I cannot reach. Oh, wait, stack kicks. I used pre-med, that was bad. Just pre-med on Shadow Strike. I'm noticing some mistakes with the new changes to my weak aura now. Okay, how do we do this? No! I fucked it up! God damn it. I might get another set of cooldowns here.
My
Okay.
answer brings you power. Take it.
I think this is the best opener I had so far. Is that a 4.6 million secret technique? Yes. If the arm heals and you need to do content for the one button, break your arm again? Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. This is actually very painful. I wanted to push keys. I wanted to play my rogue, gear a bunch of alts, make new content, but Do the same keys next week and see if your damage improves, lol. It will probably improve, because then I don't have to worry about binding my rotational buttons to all of my keybinds. I can just bind one button. Wait, what the fuck? I'm fortunate that I don't get a lot of okay. I'm not okay. Oh, fuck. All right. We did it. We did it.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Oh my god. Oh. We need 6 more mines. Oh, they're all on me. Sweet.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Why did we pull a big one? What's the point in pulling mines if we're gonna pull a big one? I'm not getting full combo points. This bothers me. Do a full set of cooldowns. So I do backstab, backstab, flagellation, rupture. Oh, secret technique. I should have done another backstab. That was bad. 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 Perfect. I fucked this guy up. Yeah, bitch.
My emissary brings
Oh, that didn't work. I did more than the tank! I'm not gonna get a hero track in the vault with a 7, right? Oh, this is good? Not really. No, it's bad. Appreciate it though. I only have like 2 items on me. And I keep getting loot in those slots. Bracers and belts. Yeah, figures. All right, we knocked another one down. Where are we at the moment? Let's take a look. 3 out of 13. I think not. I think we're safely situated at 4 out of 14 for sure. Where is it? Let's update this thing. All right, 4 out of 14. Cool. Save this. No, where's the desktop? Desktop, bro. PNG. No. Oh, it's not desktop actually. It's this one. Yes. Okay. There you go. 4 out of 14. I mean, I didn't do too bad considering, right? I'm also poorly undergeared with veteran 645 weapons, no enchants. I have a house of cards at least. Right. But that's it for today. Hope you enjoyed the chiller stream this time around with analyzing a little bit of lore. And we're going to probably try more of this in the future where do some other stuff except just keys since I appreciate it, Matt. It's after months of experience with this spec, so at least in my head I know the rotation. I just need to associate it with the buttons on the side. And you have no idea how many backstabs I did while at full combo points, and you will never know that. You will never know that. Enjoy the rest of the evening, guys. Stay tuned because today we actually have a tier list that you actually will not be able to guess. You might be guessing like 4 or 5 specs off of that tier list, by the way, so stay tuned. I wish you a wonderful rest of the evening. Have a wonderful, it's not Saturday, it's just Friday, and I will catch you tomorrow You better not sleep on it. Have a great day, everybody. Love you all. Peace. Bye-bye.